Chapter 1943. A Big Shot. It wasn't just Wu Qing who thought that Yi Xian was a big shot. Even Shui Linglong and the others thought that Yi Xian was a big shot. How could a divine physique realm cultivator become the master of Heaven Soul Temple? It didn't make sense. Meanwhile, Manling spoke abruptly. Master Yi, didn't you just tell me that you were the one who caused the change in Heaven Soul Temple? Yi Xian spoke with slight helplessness. I was bragging. Manling gazed at Yi Xian for a long time before she gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. Old Man Great Wilderness asked abruptly, Young Master Yi, why did the Grand Heavenly Venerate make you the master? Yi Xian replied, they wanted to find a puppet. Old Man Great Wilderness looked Yi Xian in the eye. Why? Yi Xian said, didn't something happen in Heaven Soul Temple? They're afraid that the other party will come looking for trouble with them again. If the other party comes again, then they'll push me out to deal with it. Old Man Great Wilderness stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who touched Heaven Soul Temple. Yi Xian shook his head, I don't know. Old Man Great Wilderness intended to ask something else, but Yi Xian laughed bitterly, Seniors, I'm only at the Divine Physique Realm. What can I know? Divine Physique Realm. Everyone felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Wu Qing sighed softly, Young Master Yi, then you can go back. Yi Xian hurriedly nodded, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He knew that place now, so wouldn't it be perfect if he came here secretly, entered the secret realm, and swept away all the divine items and crystals within it? Suddenly, Zhang Man said, wait. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Zhang Man Zhang Man smiled, Young Master Yi, since you're already here, then stay. Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly, Miss Man it's too dangerous for me to stay here. Besides, I can't help you at all. I'd better go back. After saying that, he was about to slip away, but at this moment, a mysterious pressure directly enveloped him. Yi Xian had a headache. He turned to look at Zhang Man What is the meaning of this, Lady Man Manling walked towards Yi Xian and said with a smile, you can stay here. Follow me. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Manlinger blinked. If you want to leave, you have to defeat me. As long as you defeat me, you can leave at any time. Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, Ku Pu suddenly said, Everyone, I have an idea. Everyone looked at Ku Pu, and Ku Pu said in a low voice, with our individual strength, it will be very difficult to break through the 26th spacetime. Even if we could, we would not be willing, because that would be equivalent to using all our strength, and after using all our strength, we would be extremely weak. Thus, my suggestion is very simple. That is for everyone to work together to crack it. Even if we are weakened, we will all be weakened together. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. After a moment, everyone nodded, indicating that it was meaningless. Ku Pu smiled. Since it's meaningless, then let's begin. Saying that, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, Yi Xian was about to speak when Zhang Man said with a smile, he will follow me. Ku Pu glanced at Zhang Man and said with a smile, as you wish. Manlinger looked at Yi Xian, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Her smile was somewhat strange. Yi Xian was somewhat speechless. Why was this woman pestering him? At this moment, everyone walked towards the spacetime in the distance. Yi Xian naturally followed. Although the 26th spacetime was very terrifying under the joint efforts of Zhang Man and the others, the 26th spacetime started to be broken. After around half an hour, everyone passed through the 26th spacetime and arrived at the 20th spacetime. The 27th spacetime was very strange. It seemed to be condensed from water. When everyone entered it, the entire spacetime started to ripple. Wu Qing and the others' expressions changed drastically. Because they noticed that the spacetime pressure in this spacetime had suddenly increased by tens of times. Yi Xian didn't enter, but his expression was extremely solemn at this moment. Because he noticed that the spacetime pressure in this spacetime was extremely terrifying. It was absolutely enough to easily eliminate a destiny-knowing state expert. However, he was slightly surprised that Man Linger and the others had actually forcefully resisted the spacetime pressure. That shocked Yi Xian. Although these fellows were destiny-knowing state experts, they were definitely not ordinary destiny-knowing state experts. At this moment, the expressions of Man Linger and the others changed drastically at practically the same time. Danger. Fatal danger. As destiny-knowing state experts, they could predict danger in advance. Without any hesitation, Man Linger and the others retreated madly and intended to leave that space-time. They were extremely swift, but they were still too late. That space-time suddenly transformed into an enormous vortex, and Man Linger and the others weren't even able to react before they were swept into it. Next to them, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Where were they swept to? At this moment, Yi Xian was slightly hesitant because this place was quite strange. Even though he possessed the green profound sword and the mysterious spacetime, his strength was strictly speaking inferior to Man Linger and the others. So, if someone really attacked him from the shadows, then it would be a huge pain in the ass for him. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian withdrew the green profound sword and said, "Qing, bless me." As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking towards the distance. Damn it. What's there to be afraid of? Since I've already come here, how could I possibly turn back? I'll just do it. Yi Xian hadn't noticed that a ray of light had flashed on the tip of the green profound sword as soon as he finished speaking. It was extremely swift, and even Yi Xian hadn't noticed it. After Yi Xian entered the mysterious spacetime, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword shook slightly. In the next moment, the spacetime that seemed like water split apart. Yi Xian laughed coldly and was about to continue forward. However, he suddenly turned around and saw a woman staring at him from afar. It was none other than Xue Linglong. At this moment, Xue Linglong's body was covered in a layer of icy cold energy, and it was exactly this icy cold energy that was protecting her. Xue Linglong just gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly embarrassed. "Miss Xue, you're here as well." Xue Linglong spoke in a low voice, "So, young Master Yi has concealed his strength." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled, "Since you noticed, then I won't conceal it. To tell you the truth, I'm the #1 sword immortal in the world." Xue Linglong frowned slightly, "The #1 sword immortal in the world?" Yi Xian smiled, "Yes, the #1 sword immortal in the world." Xue Linglong was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and walked towards the distance. Meanwhile, Xue Linglong spoke abruptly, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian turned around to look at Xue Linglong, and he smiled, "Miss Linglong, is something the matter?" Xue Linglong hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "Young Master Yi, I'm unable to move. Can you take me with you?" Unable to move? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He sized her up, and then he smiled, "Miss Xue Linglong, I feel that it's quite inappropriate. Firstly, I don't have a good impression of you. Secondly, I'm going to search for treasures, so why should I take you with me?" Xue Linglong spoke in a low voice, "Young Master Yi, this is a trap." Yi Xian frowned again, "A trap?" Xue Linglong nodded, "It's Wuqing's trap. He used the uniqueness of this place to trap Man Ling, and the others. His real target isn't the secret realm, but the Saint Veins and supreme grade crystal mines of our clans." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "You're saying that this relic is fake?" Xue Linglong shook her head, "It's not fake. However, this place isn't something he can enter. The spacetime ahead is getting stronger and stronger. Besides the 12 fate knowers, no one can enter it." Yi Xian said, "The 12 fate knowers you mentioned are the ones who entered the fate knower realm before us?" Shui Linglong nodded, yes. Yi Xian laughed, and then he walked towards Shui Linglong. In an instant, the mysterious space-time pressure around Yi Xian vanished without a trace. Shui Linglong's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. This, Yi Xian smiled, Miss Linglong, I'll open your eyes today. I'll let you know what a true expert is. Let's go. Then he turned around and walked into the distance. Shui Linglong hesitated for a bit, and then quickly followed him. Just like that, Yi Xian and Shui Linglong walked into the distance without any obstruction. Shui Linglong was dumbfounded. Who is this guy? He can ignore space-time. Just like that, Yi Xian and Shui Linglong arrived at the palace. The palace wasn't big, but it had an ancient aura about it. One look and you could tell that it had a long history. Shui Linglong spoke in a low voice, Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Linglong wants to know why I can ignore space-time. Shui Linglong nodded. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Linglong, do you think you're already at the top of this universe? Shui Linglong said, Young Master Yi, what do you mean? Yi Xian stretched out his right hand, smiled, Miss Linglong, hold my hand. I'll show you. Shui Linglong glanced at Yi Xian and hesitated. Is he trying to take advantage of me? But on second thought, she felt that she was being too petty. How could such an expert have such filthy thoughts? Without thinking much, she stretched out her pure white jade and held Yi Xian's hand. The next moment, the space-time around Yi Xian and her changed. Then, before Shui Linglong's astonished eyes, the two of them entered the mysterious space-time abyss. After entering, Shui Linglong's face changed. Fear. The mysterious space-time that Yi Xian brought her into was at least 100 times scarier than the 27th space-time. Shui Linglong couldn't help but tighten her grip on Yi Xian's hand. Because she knew that if Yi Xian let go of her hand, she would die in this mysterious space-time. Even the treasure she had might not be able to save her. At this moment, Yi Xian brought her out of that mysterious space-time. Yi Xian glanced at the shocked Shui Linglong and smiled, Miss Linglong, what do you think? Shui Linglong was silent for a while and said, Yi Xianbei, what was that mysterious space-time? Yi Xian blinked, you want to understand that mysterious space-time? Shui Linglong hesitated and nodded. Yi Xian smiled, how about this? Be my disciple and I'll teach you. Disciple. Shui Linglong was stunned. Chapter 1944. Disciple? Shui Linglong's expression became slightly strange. Yi Xian smiled, are you unwilling? Shui Linglong hesitated. Yi Xian smiled, I won't force you. As he spoke, he pointed towards the distance, Miss Linglong, let me send you out. Shui Linglong was stunned, aren't we going into the hall? Yi Xian blinked, then go in. Shui Linglong was astounded, what about you? Yi Xian laughed and didn't speak. Shui Linglong understood. Why should he take me in? Shui Linglong remained silent for a while, Senior, what do you like about me? Yi Xian laughed, I'm sorry, but I don't want to take you as my disciple anymore. As he spoke, he turned around and walked towards the hall. Shui Linglong was struck dumb. The next moment, she followed him. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Shui Linglong. He looked at her without saying anything, but his expression was a little cold. Shui Linglong was shocked. She knew that he was angry. Yi Xian smiled, don't follow me again. I'll only say this once. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the hall. On the spot, Shui Linglong's expression was slightly unsightly. In the distance, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the hall. He waved his sleeve and the door opened slowly, and Yi Xian entered. The main hall was empty. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. It was very dark in the hall, and there was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged at the center of the hall. The middle-aged man wore a gray robe, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. His hands were placed on his knees, and he didn't have any aura. Cultivation? Yi Xian walked over to the middle-aged man, and after a moment of silence, he bowed slightly. Don't think about anything when you're here. Just bow first and you might get the inheritance. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched when he saw this. Alive? But he quickly denied this thought. The middle-aged man before him didn't have any signs of life, so he had probably died. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian for a moment and smiled, to be able to ignore the spacetime outside. Young man, you are not simple. Yi Xian said softly, Senior Ku Xiu? The middle-aged man laughed. I never thought that there would still be someone in this universe who remembers me. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully, so it really is ascetic cultivator Senior. Senior Ku Xiu created the primordial soul realm and opened up a martial path for us. How could the future generations dare to forget such merit? One of the rules of survival in the outside world, flatter when you have nothing better to do. Who doesn't like to hear nice words? Upon hearing what Yi Xian said, a smile appeared on Ku Xiu's face. Little fellow, you're only at the divine body realm, yet you were able to make it this far. You must have used some external object, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Ascetic Xiu smiled and said, Can I see? Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword slowly floated in front of Ascetic Xiu. Ascetic Xiu reached out to hold the Qingxian sword. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically as if he had seen a monster. Yi Xian looked at Ascetic Xiu and did not say anything. At this moment, Ascetic Xiu's body suddenly trembled, and at the same time, a mysterious spacetime appeared around him. It was the mysterious spacetime inside the Qingxian sword. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed instantly. This guy could activate the Qingxian sword? Soon, he realized that it was not the other party who activated the Qingxian sword, but the other party discovered the mysterious spacetime inside the Qingxian sword and forcefully drew it out. It was drawn out, not stripped away. No matter how heaven-defying Ascetic Xiu was, it was impossible for him to separate the Qingxian sword. Because this sword was forged by Qing'er. Even so, this was already heaven-defying. At this moment, Yi Xian was shocked. Qing'er, his father, and his big brother were very strong, but besides the three of them, there were many other outstanding and powerful people in this world. Qing'er and the other two could look down on all the geniuses in this world, but Yi Xian could not. The strongest under the three swords? Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. His bragging was a bit too much. In front of Yi Xian, Ascetic Xiu's expression changed constantly. At first, he was pleasantly surprised, but soon, he was deeply helpless, and finally, he was at a loss. After a long time, Ascetic Xiu slowly closed his eyes, and his smile was full of bitterness. Dao Monarch Mo left early, and there is an early traveler. Huh. Snow Mountain King, I lost. But you did not win either. His smile was full of bitterness. Beside him, Yi Xian was silent. After a long time, Ascetic Xiu looked at Yi Xian. Where is the person who forged this sword? Yi Xian shook his head. I do not know. Ascetic Xiu's expression was gloomy. What a pity. Saying this, he seemed to have noticed something. He glanced at the tip of the azure profound sword, and the next moment, he looked at Yi Xian and smiled. The person who forged this sword must have treated you well, right? Yi Xian's lips curled up. Yes. Ascetic Xiu looked at Yi Xian. I want to see her. Yi Xian shook his head. You'd better not. Ascetic Xiu smiled. He opened his palm, and a black box appeared in his hand. He placed the box in front of Yi Xian. Everything I have is in this box. Yi Xian's heart was moved. Everything. How could the treasure of an expert of this level be an ordinary treasure? I'm rich. Yi Xian was ecstatic, but his expression was very calm. Senior, this, ascetic Xiao smiled. I have already fallen. These things are meaningless to me. With that, he paused and said, although I didn't manage to create a new realm back then, I gained a lot of understanding and innovation in the realm of destiny knowing. There are also some messy things that are all in this box. Yi Xian slightly bowed to ascetic Xiao. Thank you. Saying this, he hurriedly kept the box. Ascetic Xiao looked at Yi Xian. I want to see that senior. Yi Xian hesitated, then said. You can sense her with the sword. Ascetic Xiao smiled. All right. Yi Xian deeply bowed. Have a safe journey. Saying this, he walked out. At this time, ascetic Xiao suddenly said. Young man. Yi Xian turned to ascetic Xiao. Ascetic Xiao smiled. Do you know how I died? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head. I don't know. Ascetic Xiao was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. He was killed. Yi Xian frowned. Who killed you? King Xiaofan. Ascetic Xiao smiled and said nothing. Yi Xian wanted to ask more, but ascetic Xiao suddenly disappeared from the hall. Xue Linglong hurriedly walked over to Yi Xian when she saw him come out. She was just about to speak when an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within the hall in the next moment. That powerful aura was like 100,000 mountains crushing down. Suffocation. That was how Xue Linglong felt. Not only that, but she also felt fear from the bottom of her heart. Fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Xue Linglong looked into the hall. Her eyes were filled with fear. Ascetic. Ascetic Xiao, he is still alive. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. He softly said, sword. As soon as he said this, a strand of sword light suddenly descended in a straight line from above the hall, and then it entered the hall. Boom! Instantly, that terrifying aura disappeared without a trace. It was as if it was never there. At the same time, a sword flew out from the hall and landed in Yi Xian's hand. Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian in fear. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Yi Xian sighed. It's a pity that you only have 70% of your strength. If you were at your peak, you might be able to take one of my attacks. After saying that, he walked into the distance. Xue Linglong felt like she was struck by lightning. Her mind went blank. Did Yi Xian just kill ascetic Xiao? Killed ascetic Xiao? In shock, Xue Linglong didn't realize that Yi Xian was walking softly. It was because of the terrifying aura that ascetic Xiao released. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Xue Linglong. Miss Linglong, aren't you leaving? Hearing what Yi Xian said, Xue Linglong came back to her senses. She quickly walked to Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, Yi Qianbei, was that really ascetic Xiao? Yi Xian said with a smile, can't you feel it? Xue Linglong smiled bitterly, I always thought he was dead. I never thought that he was still alive. When Yi Xian said that ascetic Xiao was still alive, she didn't suspect anything. That powerful aura just now couldn't have been faked. What she was most shocked about was that ascetic Xiao was killed by this man in one move. Ascetic Xiao. Those were countless young prodigies. What she didn't understand was how Yi Xian could have such terrifying power. Moreover, she had never heard of him before. Yi Xian looked at Xue Linglong and smiled, Miss Linglong, you asked me why I took you in as my disciple. I can tell you now that I had some problems with my cultivation. After a period of time, my power will decrease. Xue Linglong frowned, after a period of time, your power will decrease? Yi Xian nodded. My cultivation method is very special. Even if I told you, you might not understand. Xue Linglong said, Qianbei, you mean that you will become weaker after a period of time, right? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Then, he smiled bitterly, just like now, my power will weaken. Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian and said, then how long will it take for your power to recover? Yi Xian thought about it and said, 3 years. After 3 years, when I fight again, my power will decrease again. All these years, I've been searching for a solution. Fortunately, I've found one, and that is to recultivate in adversity. I want to recultivate back to destiny awareness. At that time, even if my cultivation level drops, I'll still be destiny awareness. However, during this period. Then, he looked at Xue Linglong, do you understand what I mean? Xue Linglong remained silent for a while and bowed deeply, I am willing to take you as my master. Yi Xian said with a smile, don't force yourself. Xue Linglong shook her head, it is my honor to be your disciple. Yi Xian laughed, since you've acknowledged me as your master, I'll give you a gift for our first meeting. Then, he pointed his finger and a storage ring flew in front of Xue Linglong. Xue Linglong took a look at the storage ring. There were 1 million Supreme Heaven Supreme crystals in it. 1 million. Xue Linglong was dumbfounded. Although she was the owner of Snow Mountain, 1 million Supreme Heaven Supreme crystals was not a small amount to her. Why was Yi Xian so generous? Because there were over 100 million Supreme Heaven Supreme crystals in the box that Ku Xiu gave him. Not only that, there were 6 holy veins and 39 supreme crystal mines. Chapter 1945. Apart from the 6 holy veins and 36 top-grade crystal ores, there was also hardship cultivation's inheritance in the box. Understanding of Destiny Realm. Although he hadn't created a new realm above the life-knowing realm, he had created 2 minor realms within the life-knowing realm, the awareness realm and the profound realm. What was awareness realm? To put it simply, it was to know danger. In other words, the original life-knowing state could predict danger, while the life-knowing state could predict danger in advance. It was like a person walking on a road. When he was about to reach a cliff, he could already foresee the danger even though he did not see the cliff. On the other hand, when he saw the road, he could already foresee that there was a cliff in front of him. There was a fundamental difference. The mysterious realm, on the other hand, was a little terrifying. It was different from the understanding realm. It was not used to avoid danger, but purely a form of power. Mysterious realm. It was a new power created by hardship cultivation. After mastering it, one could easily shatter time and space. Currently, the highest time and space a Destiny Realm expert could touch was the 12th time and space. This mysterious realm could easily destroy this time and space. The origin of mysterious realm came from the universe. In hardship cultivation's words, cultivating mysterious realm was peaking at the power of the universe. This power wasn't something a Destiny Realm expert could resist. However, hardship cultivation didn't put mysterious realm above Destiny Realm. Instead, he classified it as Destiny Realm. As far as he was concerned, the profound realm was nothing more than a slightly more powerful life-knowing state. After understanding hardship cultivation's thoughts, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. He discovered that after reaching the life-knowing state, many experts in the world had already begun to walk their own paths. Just like Qing, and the others. Of course, there was still a gap between hardship cultivation and Qing, and the others. However, he knew that he was getting closer to Qing, and the others. After a while, Yi Xian and Xue Linglong left the relic. As soon as they left, they met a familiar person. Wu Qing. Yi Xian's face darkened when he saw Wu Qing. Damn it! I forgot about this guy. Wu Qing looked at Yi Xian and Xue Linglong. You entered the relic? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No, Wu Qing suddenly smiled and said, Young Master Yi, do you really think I'm stupid? Would the Heaven Soul Shrine really let a good-for-nothing become the Shrine Master? Of course, I didn't expect young Master Yi to be so terrifying that he could crack those powerful spacetime. Yi Xian smiled and said, City Lord Wuqing, do you know why I was able to break through those spacetimes? Wu Qing looked at Yi Xian. I really want to know. Yi Xian smiled and opened his palm. The green profound sword in his hand slowly floated in front of Wu Qing. Take a look at this sword and you'll understand. Wu Qing glanced at the green profound sword and frowned. This sword? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he looked at Wu Qing. As long as this fellow touched the green profound sword, he was confident that he could send him into that mysterious spacetime abyss. At this moment, Wu Qing stretched out his hand to grab the green profound sword, but just as he was about to touch it, he suddenly smiled and said, Young Master Yi, why did you suddenly show me this sword? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and with a thought, the green profound sword suddenly slashed out. Wu Qing, on the other hand, was prepared. The moment the sword was drawn, he had already retreated thousands of feet away. At the same time, 12 fate-knowing state cultivators appeared around Yi Xian and Xue Linglong. As the sword missed, Yi Xian did not strike again. He opened his palm and the green mystic sword returned to his hand. Wu Qing and Xue Linglong were not ordinary fate-knowing realm cultivators. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill them head-on. In the distance, Wu Qing smiled and said, Yi Palace Master, you're making me more and more curious. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Wu Qing suddenly said, Kill. With that, the 12 fate-knowing state cultivators around Yi Xian charged at Yi Xian and Xue Linglong. At this moment, several powerful auras suddenly appeared around them. The next moment, Grand Heavenly Venerate and the others appeared before Yi Xian. Grand Heavenly Venerate said, Palace Master, you leave first. With that, he charged out. Yi Xian did not leave. He turned around and looked at Xue Linglong. Xue Linglong said, I have already informed the Great Snow Mountain. My people will be here in 15 minutes. Yi Xian nodded and looked at Wu Qing. Wu Qing smiled and said, Miss Linglong, it's too late. With that, a terrifying aura suddenly came from behind Xue Linglong. Xue Linglong narrowed her eyes and suddenly turned around. A snowflake suddenly surged out from her body. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. In an instant, the space in front of Xue Linglong was covered by snowflakes. At this moment, an old man had already rushed in front of her. Old Man Great Desolation. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw Old Man Great Desolation. Since Old Man Great Desolation is with Wu Qing, then what about Ku Pu and Zhang Man? Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. Wu Qing was already in front of him, and then a terrifying spatial pressure descended upon him and was about to crush him. Yi Xian's expression was calm, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed down when Wu Qing arrived in front of him. 5,900 overlapped sword drawing techniques. Wu Qing was horrified when he swung his sword. Because he hadn't expected Yi Xian to be able to disregard the spatial pressure he'd exerted. What the hell is going on? He didn't have the time to thank Chen Shi before he smashed his fist down. Bang! A wave of sword energy shattered, and then both Yi Xian and Wu Qing retreated explosively. Yi Xian retreated thousands of meters, but Wu Qing retreated less than 3 kilometers. Yi Xian had fallen into a disadvantageous position in this collision. Wu Qing's eyes were filled with shock. He was sure that Yi Xian hadn't concealed his cultivation after the previous 2 collisions, and Yi Xian was really at the Divine Physique realm. He hadn't imagined that a Divine Physique realm expert could actually be so formidable. After all, he wasn't an ordinary life knower realm expert. Wu Qing took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian's background was definitely not simple, but he couldn't be bothered about all of that. Yi Xian had entered the ruins, and it represented that Yi Xian had obtained the treasures of bitter cultivation. The treasures of bitter cultivation. After all, he'd obtained 6 saint veins and over 30 top-grade crystal ores all those years ago. Besides that, there might even be inheritances of bitter cultivation within them. Wuqing slowly clenched his right fist when he thought up to here, and his eyes were filled with ghastly killing intent as he gazed at Yi Xian. He didn't waste his breath at all, and he suddenly charged forward. As soon as he did, Yi Xian instantly felt a powerful force sweep towards him, and it felt like the sky was collapsing. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and then he took a step forward and stabbed with his sword. The mysterious space-time pressure. He hadn't utilized the sword-drawing technique, and he'd utilized the space-time pressure from the mysterious space-time instead. As soon as he stabbed with his sword. Bang! The expanse of space-time in front of Yi Xian was directly obliterated, and the powerful force blasted Wuqing back. However, he himself was instantly blasted back, and he flew for an entire 30 kilometers. Wuqing's expression was slightly unsightly after he stopped. His entire right arm had split open, and the ghastly white bones within were visible. Wuqing raised his head to look at Yi Xian, and he was about to speak when a sword suddenly slashed towards him. Wuqing suddenly smashed his left fist forward. Bang! The sword was forced to stop. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was a bit ugly. The mysterious green sword hadn't been able to touch Wuqing, and it had been forced to stop by Wuqing's powerful force every time. If the mysterious green sword could touch Wuqing, then he would be able to send Wuqing into the space-time abyss. Unfortunately, Wuqing seemed to be on guard and never let the mysterious green sword hit him. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Damn it! This enemy is a bit shrewd. He seemed to have thought of something and looked around. Soon, his expression sank because the Grand Empyrean and the others had been completely suppressed. If this continued, then the Grand Empyrean and the others would definitely lose. Once they lost, then he, Yi Xian, would be gone as well. The Grand Empyrean had noticed this as well, so he didn't continue because he realized that he couldn't kill Yi Xian in a short period of time. This was a bit absurd. After all, he was a veteran at the life-knowing realm, but Yi Xian was only at the divine physique realm. There was a huge gap between their cultivation realms. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Old Man Great Desolation. Old Man Great Desolation was still fighting Xue Linglong. Both of them had entered the 12th layer of space-time and were fighting intensely. Yi Xian wanted to lend the sword to Xue Linglong. Unfortunately, Xue Linglong wasn't a swordsman, so she wasn't able to utilize the mysterious green sword's power at all. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and frowned. "Little soul, can you take other shapes?" Little soul pondered for a moment and said, "Yes." Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, "You can shapeshift?" Little soul replied, "Yes. However, its power isn't as strong as when it's a sword. If it takes other shapes, then its power is only around 80% of a sword's." Yi Xian smiled, "That's enough." As he spoke, he gazed at Xue Linglong. Within the 12th layer of spacetime, Xue Linglong turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. A moment later, the mysterious green sword appeared in her grasp, and then Yi Xian smiled, "You can transform it into the weapon you desire." Xue Linglong glanced at Yi Xian and didn't think too much about it. She issued a command in her heart, and the mysterious green sword transformed into a crystalline and translucent snow lotus. In the next moment, the snow lotus suddenly split apart, and then countless snow lotus petals shot out like sharp blades. Bang! The expression of Old Man Great Desolation, who just arrived in front of Xue Linglong, instantly changed drastically, and he didn't hesitate to raise his arms to block and switch from offense to defense. Hiss! Hiss! Everyone watched as Old Man Great Desolation's arms were slashed off. Moreover, he was even blasted over 30 kilometers away. At the same time, a snow lotus petal pierced through his left chest. Everyone was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Xue Linglong almost instantly killed Old Man Great Desolation. Wu Qing stared fixedly at Xue Linglong, and he didn't conceal the shock on his face at all. It wasn't just Wu Qing and the others, even Xue Linglong herself was slightly stunned. How could I have become so strong? That attack from before had almost instantly killed Old Man Great Desolation. After all, Old Man Great Desolation's strength wasn't inferior to hers at all. Yet she had almost instantly killed him. As if she had thought of something, she looked at the snow lotus in her hand. Then, she looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian smiled, "This is a special divine sword that I forged for myself in the past. When my cultivation level recovers, I will give it to you. Once my cultivation recovers, I'll forge an exclusive weapon for you. With the exclusive weapon I forged for you, not only will you be invincible amongst your peers, but you'll also be able to kill those who are a few levels above you." Everyone was speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned. The mysterious green sword can transform into any shape. In other words, it can transform into armor as well? If it transforms into armor, then besides the three swords, who else can break through it? Am I going to be invincible? Chapter 1946. A sword forged by Yi Xian. Everyone was extremely shocked when they had heard what Yi Xian had said. Except for Grand Heavenly Venerables. Grand Heavenly Venerables looked at Yi Xian with astonishment. Wasn't that sword forged by the woman in a plain dress? How did it become young Master Ye's doing? Of course, while he had this question in his mind, he wasn't stupid enough to voice it. If young Master Yi wanted to act cool, then they had to cooperate. As for Wu Qing, his face was a little ugly. He did not expect that after Yi Xian gave Xue Linglong that sword, Xue Linglong's strength could actually reach such a level. She was simply invincible among the same rank. Most importantly, the sword was forged by Yi Xian. And what Yi Xian said about recovering his strength. In other words, Yi Xian is really a big shot, but his cultivation hasn't recovered yet? Wu Qing felt his balls hurt, both of them. What kind of big shot did I offend? Meanwhile, Old Man Great Desolation suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Who the hell are you?" At this moment, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. His strength was actually a little higher than Xue Linglong's. Just now, when they fought, he already had a slight advantage over her. However, he did not expect Xue Linglong's strength to suddenly become so dreadful after Yi Xian had given her that sword. It was like cheating. Freak. An external object could actually improve a person's strength to such an extent. Yi Xian didn't answer Old Man Great Desolation. Instead, he looked at Xue Linglong and smiled. "Linglong, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill them." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xue Linglong immediately returned to her senses. She wanted to make a move, but Old Man Great Desolation had already disappeared. Not only had Old Man Great Desolation disappeared, Wu Qing and the rest had also disappeared without a trace. They'd fled too quickly. Yi Xian was stunned. Are they that spineless? Xue Linglong smiled bitterly. "I wouldn't be able to do anything to them if they wanted to flee." Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded, "Then forget it." "Right, where are Zhang Man, and the others?" Xue Linglong shook her head. "I don't know." Yi Xian said, "Look for them." Xue Linglong nodded. Meanwhile, 10 mysterious experts in white robes suddenly appeared behind Xue Linglong, and all of them were at the life-knowing realm. Obviously, they were experts from the Great Snow Mountain. The leader, a white-robed old man, bowed slightly to Xue Linglong. "I came late, please punish me, Your Highness." Xue Linglong didn't pay any attention to the white-robed old man. She walked slowly towards Yi Xian and passed the snow lotus transformed from the Qingxian sword to Yi Xian. Actually, she was a little reluctant to part with it because this sword could transform into the Great Snow Mountain's sacred weapon. Furthermore, it was more than 10 times stronger than the Great Snow Mountain's sacred weapon. If she kept it in her possession, then very few in the world would be a match for her. Yi Xian opened his palm and the snow lotus flew into Yi Xian's palm. At the instant it entered his palm, the sword returned to its original form. He'd noticed the reluctance in Xue Linglong's eyes, but he naturally wouldn't give it to her. Xue Linglong hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present here was stunned. "Master?" Especially the experts behind Xue Linglong, their faces were covered in astonishment. "Our queen actually took this young man as her master?" Yi Xian smiled, "Take your people and follow me to the Heavenly Soul Shrine." Xue Linglong nodded, "All right." Yi Xian gazed at the grand heavenly exalt, "Let's go." A short moment later, all of them left. All along the way, all of them had strange expressions on their faces because they noticed that Xue Linglong was really too respectful to Yi Xian. She'd really taken Yi Xian to be her master. After they returned to the Heavenly Soul Shrine, Yi Xian immediately entered into closed-door cultivation. Within the Xiao Ta, Yi Xian's face was covered in a brilliant smile. He'd really profited greatly this time. 39 top-grade crystal ores. Coupled with his own, he had 42 in total. Besides that, he had 6 saint veins. Saint veins. The saint veins didn't produce supreme saint crystals, they produced supreme saint crystals. A single supreme saint crystal was equivalent to 10 top-grade heavenly crystals. Moreover, there were over 20 million supreme saint crystals within the box that Ku Xiu gave him. The lifetime savings of an extraordinary expert were in Yi Xian's pockets. Now, he didn't have to worry about money at all. It could be said that so long as he was willing. Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian is untalented and unvirtuous. From this moment onward, Yi Xian is removed from the position of prince and will be succeeded by Yi Lang. The one speaking was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you remove him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, "This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether he is removed or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed, "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Lang nodded slightly, "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was torn and tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard laughed coldly, young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 1947. Danger. Looking at Yi Xian in front of her, Gu Chou was filled with curiosity. With his current strength, there were very few things in this world that could make him feel danger. And it wasn't just ordinary danger, it was death. Afraid? He wasn't afraid. But he didn't dare to take the risk because he was the hope of the entire race. At this moment, Yi Xian was facing a great enemy. He knew that this person felt Qing's karma through him. Xue Linglong suddenly said, "Master, you can't agree to it." Yi Xian looked at Xue Linglong and smiled. "Why?" Xue Linglong said solemnly, "If we let them out, there will be endless trouble." Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, Gu Chou smiled. "Miss Xue Linglong, back then you had 12 fated saints, as well as Snow Mountain King and Ku Xiu, 2 super experts. What about now?" Xue Linglong stared at Gu Chou. "That's why we can't let you out." Gu Chou smiled and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "I want to go with you to see your seal." Gu Chou smiled. "Okay." Xue Linglong panicked. She still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian sighed softly. "Girl, you have to understand one thing. The entire evil clan is now sealed, but he can come out." "What does this mean?" "Think about it." Hearing this, Xue Linglong's face turned pale. Under Gu Chou's lead, everyone came to a plain. This plain seemed to be boundless, and they couldn't see the end of it. Gu Chou led Yi Xian and the others into the distance. "Young Master Yi, do you know that this is where King Xueshan and the others fought my ancestor?" He looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, do you know why there are no records of that period in the burial zone? Many people don't even know about our evil race." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "History is written by the victors, and there are no records of that year." Obviously, it was the victors who erased that period of history. There was a strange look in Gu Chou's eyes. Young Master Yi is truly intelligent. Does young Master Yi know why they wanted to erase that part of history? Yi Xian shook his head. Ancient Sorrow smiled, "Because of resources." Yi Xian said, "I heard that your evil race wanted to dominate the entire burial zone and monopolize all the resources in the burial zone, so they rebelled." "Huh," Gu Chou suddenly laughed. "Young Master Yi, did Miss Linglong tell you this?" Yi Xian nodded. Xue Linglong said coldly, "Isn't that the case?" Gu Chou shook her head and smiled. "Interesting. Of course, it's normal. Since ancient times, who on the losing side has not been corrupted?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Are you saying that there are other reasons?" Gu Chou smiled. "Actually, we have to start from King Xueshan." Yi Xian frowned. "King Xueshan?" Gu Chou nodded. "Even I have to admit that he is a terrifying genius." Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, you should know that when we cultivate, besides our own talent and hard work, there's something else we can't lack, and that's money." Yi Xian nodded. Gu Chou continued, "For a genius like King Xueshan to cultivate, how terrifying are the resources he needs. And at that time, our evil race was the richest in the entire burial zone." Hearing this, Yi Xian's face changed. At this moment, Xue Linglong said angrily, "You're talking nonsense. It's your evil race that wants to monopolize the resources of the burial zone, but you still want to bite back." Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. But now, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he's fighting for the clan, but the clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was torn, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using groundless excuses to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You'll be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his expression dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man." "How dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 1948. Meanwhile, Gu Chou smiled. "Young Master Yi, so long as you nod, everything in this spatial ring will be yours." Yi Xian didn't agree. If he agreed to Gu Chou's request, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the 10 destined saints. Although this fellow was very strong, Mokiki was only the weakest. In other words, Mokiki was the weakest. There were 10 more. Most importantly, there was still the invincible Snow Mountain King, a fellow that the evil clan couldn't defeat even with their entire clan strength. This was a terrifying vortex. But he knew that if he refused, he couldn't guarantee that Gu Chou wouldn't be strong. With his current strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to resist Gu Chou. This fellow was freakishly strong as well. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Gu Chou said, "I understand young Master Ye's feelings, and I know what young Master Yi is thinking. To be honest, I need to borrow the sword in young Master Ye's hand. If young Master Yi refuses, then I will use other methods because I have no other choice." Yi Xian said solemnly, "You're so strong, so why do you still need my sword?" Gu Chou smiled lightly. "Because the sword in your hand is the nemesis of spacetime." As he spoke, he pointed at the layer that Mokiki was on. "Although I killed Mokiki, I didn't destroy the spacetime in this layer. These spacetime formations weren't particularly strong in the beginning, but they've been constantly strengthening over the countless years. Of course, I can also destroy the spacetime formations in this layer, but it'll consume a lot of energy for me. For now, I can't consume too much energy because there are still 10 destined saints above." Yi Xian fell silent. The Grand Heavenly Venerate said solemnly, "Temple Master, think twice." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He naturally knew that he had to think twice. Gu Chou was very strong, but were the remaining 10 destined saints weak? Especially the invincible Snow Mountain King. If he helped Gu Chou, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the 10 destined saints. But if he didn't help, Gu Chou would definitely use other means. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian handed the cyan profound sword to Gu Chou. "This sword was forged by my sister. Why don't you hold it and sense my sister, then you can talk to her." Gu Chou looked at Yi Xian. After a moment, he shook his head and smiled. No. Yi Xian was speechless. Gu Chou smiled and said, Young Master Yi, I will only talk to you. Yi Xian said solemnly, as long as my sister agrees, I'll help you immediately. Gu Chou looked at Yi Xian, Young Master Yi, I am a destiny-knowing realm expert. Not only am I a destiny-knowing realm expert, but I am also a god astrologer. Being a god astrologer is an ancient profession in my clan. It can calculate future blessings and misfortunes. When young Master Yi gave me the sword to find your sister, I once again felt danger. Therefore, I used the god astrology technique to calculate 1,900 times. Do you know what the results were? As he spoke, he smiled. Every result was death. After calculating 1,900 times, there was no chance of survival. At this point, he paused and said, Young Master Yi wants to dig a hole for me to jump into. Of course, I understand, but young Master Yi, I won't jump into this hole. Why don't you change your method? Yi Xian, on the side, Grand Empyrean said, Since you can feel this, why do you still want to drag my temple master into this? There was a flash of apology in Gu Chou's eyes. I'm sorry. I have no intention of dragging young Master Yi into this, but I have no choice. My clan has been suppressed for countless years. I am the hope of my clan. As long as I can save them, no matter the method, even if I die, I will do it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Do you know that if I help you, I will be the enemy of the 10 destined knowing saints? Gu Chou smiled. Young Master Yi doesn't need to become enemies with them. You just need to lend me your sword. I will deal with them myself. On the side, Xue Linglong suddenly pulled Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with pleading. She knew how terrifying the sword in Yi Xian's hand was. If this sword fell into Gu Chou's hand, the power it could display would be unimaginable. At this moment, Gu Chou suddenly said, Young Master Yi, how about we make a bet? If I lose, I won't borrow your sword anymore. But if you lose, you must lend me your sword. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and said, You can't call for help. Yi Xian smiled and said, You're so much stronger than me, so do you think it's fair to make a bet with me? Gu Chou grinned. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, We can make a bet. But I decide how to do it. Gu Chou nodded. All right. Yi Xian smiled and said, It's very simple. I'll take you into a mysterious space. I'll lose if you're able to come out from there. What do you think? Gu Chou thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Yi Xian suddenly touched Gu Chou lightly with the green profound sword, and then both of them entered the mysterious spacetime abyss. Gu Chou's expression instantly changed when he entered that mysterious spacetime. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Yi Xian smiled and said, You can begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the spacetime abyss. Within the spacetime abyss, Gu Chou fell ceaselessly. But he was just falling, and the spacetime energy within was actually unable to harm him. Yi Xian's expression became serious when he saw this scene. Right at this moment, Gu Chou slowly opened his right hand. In the next moment, the spacetime abyss started to boil. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This Gu Chou actually wants to forcefully break through this spacetime abyss. Gradually, the mysterious spacetime abyss surged violently like boiling water. But it didn't break through. At this moment, Gu Chou opened his palm, and the silver thread in his hand suddenly flew out. Hiss! A sharp tearing sound resounded from within the spacetime abyss. However, the silver thread was still unable to tear open the mysterious spacetime abyss. But it was able to deform the mysterious spacetime abyss. Just when Yi Xian thought that Gu Chou would attack again, Gu Chou suddenly looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, I lost. He admitted defeat. With a thought from Yi Xian, the mysterious spacetime abyss vanished. Gu Chou walked over to Yi Xian and praised. The mysterious spacetime that young Master Yi executed just now was truly incomparably profound. I've learned something new. Yi Xian said with a smile, you will keep your promise, won't you? Gu Chou nodded. Of course. Young Master Yi can leave at any time. Yi Xian glanced at Gu Chou, and then he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Gu Chou suddenly said, Young Master Yi, I want to invite you to my clan as a guest. Even if you don't want to, it's fine if you don't want to. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, then I'll go take a look. Gu Chou smiled. Please. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the tower. Patriarch Gu Chou, why haven't they come out to stop you? Gu Chou smiled. They are cultivating inside. Unless I disturb them, they won't care about what happens outside. Of course, the premise is that I don't break those spacetime formations. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Gu Chou said, let's go. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked down the tower. At the bottom of the tower, there was a very small entrance. Gu Chou brought Yi Xian into the entrance. Grand Empyrean and Xue Linglong didn't go down because the entire surface was covered by a powerful spacetime formation. With Gu Chou's strength, he could only barely bring Yi Xian down. After entering the ground, the two of them walked down the stone steps. The lower they went, the darker it became. Half an hour later, everything in front of Yi Xian was pitch black. Not only that, but he also felt countless spacetime forces around him. Gu Chou softly said, this passage was opened by my evil clan's ancestors with their blood. Yi Xian didn't speak. He didn't want to comment on the past because he, Yi Xian, was not a good person. About an hour later, Yi Xian suddenly saw a fire. He carefully looked at the opposite side and saw a city not far away. Although there was a fire, it was still very dark deep underground. At this moment, someone on the city wall shouted, the Patriarch is back. The Patriarch is back. The moment he said this, the city began to boil and countless evil clan members rushed out. Gu Chou faintly smiled and walked toward the city. In the distance, countless evil clan members slowly knelt down and kept shouting, Patriarch. At this moment, Gu Chou turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, let's enter the city. Yi Xian nodded and then walked to Gu Chou's side. The two of them walked toward the city. After entering the city, Yi Xian found that there were many evil clan members in the city. Most importantly, their auras were very terrifying. How terrifying were they? Walking from the city gate, he found that most of the people were actually in the life chart realm. There were also many life body and life soul realm experts. There were also many primordial soul realm experts. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of people in the primordial soul realm. What kind of terrifying race was this? Yi Xian was shocked. Gu Chou brought Yi Xian to a large hall. Just as they entered the hall, two old men quietly appeared in front of Gu Chou. The two old men bowed deeply to Gu Chou and then retreated to the side. Yi Xian glanced at the two old men. Unfathomable. This was the feeling that the two old men gave him. Gu Chou suddenly sat to the side and then looked at Yi Xian. He smiled and said, Young Master Yi, please sit. Yi Xian sat opposite Gu Chou. Gu Chou smiled and said, my clan has not seen the sun for countless years. And because we are suppressed here, my clan cannot marry with other clans. At most in 100 years, my clan will have to marry with close relatives. At that time, my clan will die without them doing anything. Yi Xian was silent. Gu Chou continued, I do not want young Master Yi to be involved in this maelstrom, nor do I want young Master Yi to help my evil clan, nor do I want to take the divine sword in young Master Yi's hand. I only have one goal, and that is to let young Master Yi know the truth of this history. As he said this, he opened his palm and gently swept it behind him. In an instant, a huge screen suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. In that huge screen, Yi Xian saw a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had long hair, and his hands were behind his back. He stood there like the ruler of this world, giving people a feeling that they could not look up to him. Yi Xian had already guessed the other's identity. This middle-aged man in front of him was the invincible Snow Mountain King of the past. Behind the King of Snow Mountain, there were 11 other people. Yi Xian also recognized one of them. It was Hardship Xiao, who stood to the left of the King of Snow Mountain. Opposite the King of Snow Mountain stood an old man. The old man glared at the King of Snow Mountain. King of Snow Mountain, my evil clan has no enmity with you. Why are you targeting my evil clan? The King of Snow Mountain looked calm. I have my eyes on all the resources of your evil clan. If you don't give it to me, I'll snatch it from you. It's that simple. Chapter 1949. Snatch. Hearing King Xiaofan's words, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. At this time, Gu Chou gently waved his right hand, and the screen disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian looked at Gu Chou. I know the truth, but there's no point, right? Gu Chou shook his head. There is. Yi Xian was a little curious. What is the point? Gu Chou smiled slightly, but did not say anything. He opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. It was Mo Keki's storage ring. Yi Xian said with a smile, what do you mean? Gu Chou smiled, I'm giving it to young Master Yi to sow good karma. Yi Xian shook his head, no need. Gu Chou still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Patriarch Gu Chou, I have no enmity with your evil tribe. If you don't find trouble with me, I won't provoke you. On the contrary, Saint Ten Lives knowing is the same. If they don't provoke me, I won't be enemies with them. Gu Chou nodded slightly, I understand young Master Ye's meaning. Yi Xian smiled, Patriarch Gu Chou, farewell. With that, he got up and left. His attitude was simple. He did not want to be involved in this whirlpool. In any case, he couldn't beat either side. Leaving quickly was the best plan. Gu Chou was about to send Yi Xian off, but Yi Xian hurriedly said, Patriarch Gu Chou, you don't need to send me off. Gu Chou smiled, it's fine, I just want to chat with young Master Yi. Yi Xian was speechless. The two walked on the street. On both sides, when the evil tribe saw Gu Chou, they all stopped and then knelt down. That kind of respect came from the heart. It could be seen that Gu Chou was very popular among the evil tribe. When they walked out of the city, Gu Chou stopped and looked at Yi Xian, young Master Yi, take care. Yi Xian cupped his fists, see you again. With that, he turned around and left. Gu Chou just looked at Yi Xian. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, a woman in black armor appeared by Gu Chou's side, and she gazed at Yi Xian and spoke softly, the patriarch has tried to kill him at least 10 times, but he gave up every single time. Gu Chou opened his palm. In his palm, there was a string of prayer beads. He gently rotated the prayer beads. From the moment I left the hall until now, every time I wanted to kill him, I would calculate the consequences. Do you know the result? The black-armored woman shook her head. Gu Chou chuckled and said, the result every time is death. The black-armored woman's pupils suddenly shrank. How is that possible? In this world, with your strength, only the Snow Mountain King can fight against you, and this person is only at the divine physique echelon. Gu Chou shook her head. He is indeed only at the divine body realm, but he has an extremely terrifying karma with him. I can't calculate the cause and effect, but I know that if I kill him, it will bring disaster to me and my clan. The black-armored woman was somewhat in disbelief. Patriarch, are you saying that he has someone behind him? Gu Chou laughed, yes. The black-armored woman said in a low voice, "Then does the patriarch want to kill him?" Gu Chou shook his head. "No." The black-armored woman asked, "Is it because he has someone behind him?" Gu Chou laughed. "Did you see the sword in his hand just now? If I had that sword, not only could I easily break the space-time formation set up by the 12 saints, I could also use it to resist the over-god weapon of the Snow Mountain King." A fierce look flashed through the black-armored woman's eyes. "I'll go kill him." Gu Chou shook his head and laughed. "This time, our clan will definitely have a battle with the Snow Mountain King and the others. I estimate that our clan has a 40% chance of victory. But to kill him, I don't even have a 10% chance of victory." The black-armored woman, Gu Chouchingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestor, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian is deposed from his position as crown prince. Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind him, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. "Why?" Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to depose Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you depose him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and she didn't dare to look at the great elder, but she didn't leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he is dead or alive. But the clan is using a groundless excuse to depose him from his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly said angrily, "It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to depose him or not. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder said coldly, "Then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard smiled coldly. "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I will risk my life for him." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, who was crying for help, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look directly at the great elder. However, she did not leave, and instead mustered her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the prince position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then do it 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang is the prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 1950. As far as he could remember, the only person who could disregard Qing, and his dad was Tian Yi. The man whose grave was covered in weeds. Tian Yi? Muemo frowned slightly. Who is he? Yi Xian laughed heartily. You're right, senior. Everyone should be responsible for saving the universe. However, senior, this ain't bloodline. I don't mean anything else. You know what I mean. Mumo's smile reappeared on his face. What a greedy little fellow. But it doesn't matter. How about this, I'll give you 2 saint bloodlines and 30 supreme-grade crystal mines. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, all right. He stretched out his left hand as he spoke. Mumo's smile grew even brighter, and a spatial ring appeared in front of Yi Xian with a tap of his finger. Yi Xian glanced at it, and it just so happened that there were 2 saint bloodlines and 30 supreme-grade crystal mines. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away, and then he reluctantly passed the green profound sword in his hand to Muemo. Muemo didn't hesitate at all and picked up the sword. The instant he did, something unexpected happened. Without a sound, Mu Mo directly entered an endless spacetime abyss. Mu Mo's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Yi Xian furiously. "You're courting death." With that, he suddenly pressed his right hand down. Boom! The entire spacetime abyss trembled, but the powerful force wasn't able to shatter it. Mu Mo was shocked when he saw this. He couldn't be bothered to be angry, and he hurriedly tried a few more methods, but no matter what he did, it didn't work. At this moment, Mu Mo's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of spacetime is this? Yi Xian looked at Mu Mo in the spacetime abyss. "If you want to come out, then give me your spatial ring. Don't play tricks, I know how many treasures you have." Mu Mo flew into a rage. "Are you threatening me?" Yi Xian frowned. "I'm definitely threatening you. Why would you ask such a stupid question?" Mu Mo, Yi Xian shrugged. "Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. You can think about it slowly. However, I have to remind you that you don't have much time." Mu Mo stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and then he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, his entire body boiled, and the powerful and mysterious spacetime abyss rippled like water. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Mo. He had to admit that this old fellow still had some skills. Although Mu Mo wasn't as abnormal as Gu Chou, he was still able to shake the mysterious spacetime abyss. At the very least, he definitely couldn't beat him now. Meanwhile, Mu Mo's body had started to collapse bit by bit. Sensing this scene, Mu Mo's expression instantly changed. He didn't expect that his body couldn't withstand this mysterious spacetime abyss. Without thinking too much, he looked at Yi Xian. "You actually colluded with the evil races." Yi Xian smiled. "Old man, let me remind you again. At your current speed, your body will dissipate in an hour at most. Not only will your body dissipate, but your soul will also suffer heavy injuries. At that time, even if you come out, your strength will greatly decrease." Mu Mo stared at Yi Xian. "Let me out first." Yi Xian shook his head. "I can't beat you. After I come out, will you give me your treasure?" Mu Mo said fiercely, "If I give you my treasure, will you let me out?" Yi Xian smiled. "Old man, look carefully, I am a swordsman. I, the great Yi Hu. Great sword immortal Yi, would do something that goes back on his word?" "Swordsman." Mu Mo's expression was somewhat ugly. Yi Xian said again, "If you still don't believe me, I can swear on my father's name. If I go back on my word, then let my father be hacked to death." Mu Mo glanced coldly at Yi Xian. "Swear on your own name." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "If I go back on my word, then let 10,000 swords pierce through my heart and I'll never be able to reincarnate." Although he wasn't the strongest under the three swords, only the three swords could kill him with a sword. Who were the three swords? One was his sister, one was his father, and one was his big brother. Mu Mo stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He wanted to say something else, but Yi Xian suddenly flared up. "Don't push your luck. If worse comes to worst, I won't take anything." Mu Mo was silent for a moment before he opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. There were a total of 47 holy veins and hundreds of top-grade crystal ores within the spatial ring. Mu Mo looked at Yi Xian. "Take it." Yi Xian glanced at Mu Mo. With a command in his heart, the spatial ring slowly floated out from the spacetime abyss. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away, and then he turned around and left. Mu Mo roared furiously within the spacetime abyss. "Kid, are you going to go back on your word?" Yi Xian turned around and glanced at Mu Mo. "Yes." Mu Mo's expression was ferocious. "You swore." Yi Xian nodded. "It's fine. Let 10,000 swords pierce through my heart and I'll die." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Mu Mo was stunned. In the next moment, he roared furiously. "Shameless swordsman! How dare you go back on your word? His voice rumbled like thunder and reverberated through the sky. However, Yi Xian didn't even pay attention to him as he vanished into the horizon. Muemo felt his body gradually vanish. At this moment, he was finally slightly afraid. Because at this moment, he understood that if he continued like this, he would die. After trying countless more times, Muemo gave up. He gazed at the tower in the distance and roared furiously. The evil tribe hasn't been eliminated. At this moment, a voice resounded from the third level, Muemo, it was your greed that caused you to fall into a hopeless situation. Why are you blaming us? Muemo's expression was slightly unsightly. Are all of you really going to leave me to die? A short while later, an afterimage suddenly flew out from the third level. The afterimage actually forcefully entered the mysterious spacetime abyss. The afterimage didn't break through the spacetime abyss. Instead, it merged with Muemo. Muemo's body gradually became illusory, and a moment later, he transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. Meanwhile, a person appeared at the foot of the tower. It was Muemo. However, the mysterious spacetime abyss was still there. Muemo heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and his eyes were filled with ferocity as he gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, the voice resounded again. Muemo, why did you have to be so stupid? Who is that Guchou? Even he gave up on that young man's divine sword. Why did you overestimate yourself and try to steal his sword? Muemo fell silent, and his expression gradually calmed down. A short while later, he gazed into the distance. Wu Lingmu, who the hell is he? The voice replied, I don't know. Muemo's expression was somewhat unsightly. Wu Lingmu, that sword in that person's hand is really terrifying. If it falls into Guchou's hands, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Wu Lingmu said, King Xueshan will deal with this matter. You should return to the tower. Muemo shook his head. This person's strength is actually very low, but that sword is special. As long as I don't let that sword touch me, he can't do anything to me. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. He didn't want to give up. If Yi Xian hadn't taken away his treasures, he might have given up. However, Yi Xian had taken away all his cultivation resources. If he didn't take them back, how could he cultivate dozens of saint veins? Moreover, he was very angry. Because Yi Xian had tricked him. Seeing that Muemo had disappeared, a sigh came from the third level. Yi Xian didn't return to the Sky Soul Temple because he had received news that the Grand Heavenly Venerate had led the people of the Sky Soul Temple to the Divine Tao Nation. The 10 Absolute Saints had already set their sights on him, so he had to go to the Divine Tao Nation's Women's College. Yi Xian raised his speed to the limit. In an unknown stellar domain, Yi Xian, who was riding on his sword, suddenly stopped. His expression was a little ugly. Not far away stood a person. It was Muemo. This guy didn't die. Yi Xian was a little shocked. How did he jump out of that mysterious spacetime abyss? In the distance, Muemo looked at Yi Xian. Why aren't you running anymore? With a thought from Yi Xian, the green profound sword in its sheath suddenly unsheathed and slashed at Muemo like a bolt of lightning. In the distance, Muemo took a step forward and punched. Boom! A wave of fist energy blocked the green profound sword. This time, Muemo was smart. He didn't let the green profound sword come into contact with his body because it was the green profound sword that came into contact with his body. That was why he was sent into that mysterious spacetime. At this moment, the green profound sword flew back into Yi Xian's hand. The next moment, the green profound sword disappeared. Seeing this, Muemo frowned. Why aren't you using that sword? Yi Xian smiled. I disdain using external objects. Muemo stared at Yi Xian. What? Trying to fool me again? Come on, keep fooling me. Yi Xian, Mu Mo's expression turned cold. Aren't you very good at fooling people? Come on, keep fooling them. Yi Xian sighed. Sir, let's talk reason. Mu Mo mocked, if you can fool them, then do it. If you can't, then talk reason. Yi Xian, Mu Mo suddenly walked slowly toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian said solemnly, we have no enmity, Mu Mo sneered. No enmity? Yi Xian, you're ridiculous. At our level, benevolence, righteousness, morality, right and wrong are all meaningless. We do things according to our own preferences. Understand? Yi Xian suddenly turned and ran. Mu Mo sneered. Trying to escape? As he spoke, he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a powerful force tore through the field. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with shock and despair. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Mu Mo's face. However, he was still on guard because Yi Xian hadn't taken out that sword. He was still very afraid of that sword. But he knew that as long as he didn't touch that sword, he would be fine. As he thought, his fist had already reached Yi Xian's chest. At this moment, he frowned because Yi Xian still hadn't taken out that sword. What did this mean? Mu Mo suddenly felt uneasy. He wanted to retract his fist, but it was too late. Because his fist had already smashed into Yi Xian's chest. And Yi Xian didn't block it. Mu Mo was horrified. He cursed inwardly and was about to retreat. Boom! Yi Xian was suddenly sent flying, and the expression of Mu Mo, who was about to retreat, instantly changed greatly. Because he had once again fallen into that mysterious spacetime abyss. Mu Mo was stunned. In the distance, Yi Xian shrugged. He tore open his clothes. Inside his clothes was a piece of armor that was as thin as a cicada's wing. This armor was formed from the profound azure sword. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Mo and smiled. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? In the distance, within the spacetime abyss, Mu Mo suddenly raised his head and roared. Wu Lingmu. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, this guy is really shameless. He actually called for help. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. There was no response from the starry sky. Mu Mo roared again. Wu Lingmu, the evil race is about to make a comeback. A moment later, a voice suddenly sounded from the starry sky. Did the other side send you to anger me to death? Chapter 1951. In the starry sky, Mu Mo had been rescued, but he was not happy. On the contrary, his expression was ugly to the extreme. He was once again sent into the mysterious spacetime abyss. Mu Mo's expression became more and more gloomy. He refused to accept this. This guy in front of him had used a trick. At this moment, Wu Lingmu's voice sounded, Mu Mo, this is the last time I attack. Mu Mo's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were like 10,000-year-old ice, without a trace of emotion. Obviously, he did not want to give up. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, return. Hearing this, Mu Mo's body trembled slightly. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. Underground, evil clan. Gu Chou sat on the city wall. He looked at the distant horizon. The horizon was dark, and there was nothing. At this moment, an old man appeared behind Gu Chou. He bowed slightly, Patriarch. Saying this, he began to speak in a low voice. After a moment, Gu Chou suddenly laughed, this young Master Yi is really interesting. The old man said solemnly, Patriarch, that mysterious spacetime abyss is very terrifying. Gu Chou nodded, I've seen it. The old man hesitated, then asked, can Patriarch crack that spacetime abyss? Gu Chou smiled, even Wu Lingmu can. Do you think I can? The old man was somewhat puzzled. Then why did Patriarch deliberately lose to that young Master Yi? Gu Chou said softly, "What would I get if I beat him?" "That sword?" The old man said, "Isn't that Patriarch's goal?" Gu Chou chuckled, "That sword is in young Master Ye's hands." "It is a sword. But in the hands of others, unless young Master Yi sincerely gave it to me, that sword is a scourge." Saying this, he looked at the old man and smiled. Otherwise, how could that King Xiaofan have not made a move until now? Of course, with his character, he will never give up. The old man frowned. "Why?" Gu Chou smiled, "Because he is very strong. The stronger he is, the more conceited he is. No, it should be said that he is confident. If he can feel danger, he will not fear it. On the contrary, he will challenge it." The old man glanced at Gu Chou. "The Patriarch is also such a person. It's just that the Snow Mountain King is alone, while the Patriarch has to consider the entire clan." Gu Chou laughed and did not speak. Meanwhile, a woman in black armor suddenly appeared here. The black-armored woman bowed slightly. "Patriarch, everything is ready." Gu Chou slowly closed her eyes. "Wait." The black-armored woman and the old man were confused, but they didn't ask for the reason. On the city wall, Gu Chou's feet gently swayed, a faint smile on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. When Yi Xian returned to the Divine Dao Nation's Women's Academy, he was in pain. Aunt Ding was missing. Gone. A woman stood in front of Yi Xian. Her name was Lu Qi. And now, LV Qi was the person in charge of the women's college. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Miss Lu Qi, did Ding Aunt say where she went?" Lu Qi shook her head. "Nope." Yi Xian asked again, "What about Sister Nian, the dean? Is there any news from them?" Lu Qi shook her head again. That day, after the dean left with Miss An and the others, he did not return, nor did he send any news back. Yi Xian was a little annoyed. Damn it! Sister Nian did not return, and Aunt Ding disappeared. Fine. Now, Yi Xian was the boss of the women's college again. What was the boss going to do? He was going to shoulder the responsibility. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian frowned. Did Aunt Ding leave on purpose? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If she did not leave, then if the 10 saints came here, she would definitely have to deal with them. And if she left now and the 10 saints came, then he would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. He looked at Lu Qi and pointed with a finger. A storage ring landed in front of Lu Qi. Cultivate well. After saying that, he turned and left. When she saw the contents of the storage ring, Lu Qi was stunned. So many supreme-grade crystal ores. Yi Xian left the women's college. He had to leave. If he did not leave, once the 10 saints found this place, the women's college would be in danger. Although he had tricked Muemo twice, he couldn't use this method too often. Moreover, Muemo wasn't even the strongest amongst the 10. At this moment, a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian recognized the person. It was Xiong Ho, who had a grudge with him before. Xiong Ho smiled. "Young Master Yi, did you cause some trouble, so you came back?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiong Ho smiled. "Looking at your expression, it seems I guessed right." Yi Xian looked at Xiong Ho. "Is there something you need?" Xiong Ho smiled. "Nothing, I just learned that you're back. So I came to see." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Xiong Ho, I have something to do." After saying that, he turned and left. At this moment, Xiong Ho suddenly asked, "Has Xuang reached destiny knowledge?" Yi Xian did not look back. "Soon." After saying that, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. "Soon." Xiongho's expression was complicated. She did not expect that Xiuwang would reach destiny knowledge soon. Xiongho sighed inwardly at the thought of this. She knew if she had cooperated with Yi Xian, her life would have been totally different. To reach destiny knowledge by herself? Almost impossible. The cultivation resources alone were enough to make her despair. After a while, Xiongho sighed again and left. After a long time, Yi Xian returned to the burial zone. As soon as he arrived, a woman appeared in front of him. Xue Linglong. Yi Xian looked at Xue Linglong and did not speak. Xue Linglong walked to Yi Xian and bowed. Master. Yi Xian smiled. Why did you suddenly come to me? Xue Linglong suddenly looked up. The next moment, countless snowflakes rushed out of her body. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was prepared for this. He drew his sword and slashed. Boom! A snowflake shattered. At this moment, a snow lotus suddenly entered his forehead. Boom! Yi Xian's body shook violently. Then, his body started to freeze bit by bit. He wanted to make a move but he could not mobilize any power. At this moment, Xue Linglong whispered, Master, don't waste your energy. That is the supreme divine weapon of the great snow mountain that my ancestor gave me, the 10,000 miles of ice. It also contains the mysterious power that my ancestor left behind. With your current strength, you cannot break it. Of course, don't worry. Once it enters your body, it will not kill you. It will only seal your cultivation. That's all. Yi Xian smiled. So it is the king of Snow Mountain who attacked me. But I don't understand why he did not attack me personally. What if he wants to borrow your hand instead of his own? Xue Linglong shook her head. I don't know. But my guess is that he wants to deal with the leader of the evil clan. Ancient Sorrow. Yi Xian said in a low voice, why didn't he kill me? Why did he only seal my cultivation? Xue Linglong shook her head again, I don't know. But I guess it has something to do with the person behind you. My ancestor doesn't want to provoke the person behind you. He wants to deal with the evil clan. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Actually, when he saw this Xue Linglong, he was already on guard. But he didn't expect that the king of Snow Mountain would personally deal with him. Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian, Master, don't resist. That divine item is in your body. If you resist, something bad will happen. Yi Xian smiled. I won't resist. Xue Linglong nodded. Let's go. Then, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. But she quickly returned to Yi Xian, Master, why didn't you leave? Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. You have sealed my cultivation level. How can I leave? Girl, are you trying to test me to see if I still have my cultivation? Xue Linglong nodded. She hesitated and said, you won't blame me, right? Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Miss Linglong, from now on, we are enemies. You can be cruel to me. Do you understand? I really don't like it when we are enemies. Then, we have to be ambiguous. In the end, we have to kill each other. It's too melodramatic. Do you understand? Xue Linglong was silent for a while and nodded. I understand. Then, she opened her palm. 2 chains went through Yi Xian's shoulder blades. Then, she dragged Yi Xian and flew into the sky. Yi Xian said, what are you doing? Xue Linglong said, you want me to be cruel to you. Yi Xian's expression froze. You can be cruel but, you should respect your enemy. Do you understand? Xue Linglong shook her head. Enemies don't deserve respect. Yi Xian wanted to say something but Xue Linglong shouted angrily, shut up. If you say another word, I'll strip you and drag you away. Yi Xian was speechless. Just like that, Xue Linglong dragged Yi Xian towards the great snow mountain. Yi Xian was speechless. What a cheap mouth. Damn it. After a while, Xue Linglong brought Yi Xian to the great snow mountain. She chained Yi Xian to a pillar. She looked at Yi Xian coldly. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, my ancestor won't be merciful. Yi Xian said, let me go. I don't have my cultivation. I can't do anything. Xue Linglong was silent. Yi Xian said, your ancestor left that thing in my body. If I can break it, do you think you can trap me? If I can't break it, will I be a threat to you? Xue Linglong said, my ancestor is very strong. You better not do anything stupid. I feel that he doesn't want to kill you. Maybe he just wants to trap you. He doesn't want you to help the evil race. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. Xue Linglong waved her right hand. The chains on Yi Xian's body disappeared. Xue Linglong glanced at Yi Xian. You can walk around but don't go down the mountain. Then, she turned and left. Yi Xian closed his eyes. Xiao Ta, it's time for you to show off. After a while, Xiao Ta said, young master, I'm just a tower. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 1952. Just a pagoda. Yi Xian's face darkened. King, no, you're a pagoda again. I really want to sell this stupid pagoda. At this moment, Xiao Ta said, young master, have you ever thought that if you break the seal now, it's actually not a good thing? Yi Xian said with a smile, why not? Xiao Ta said, anyway, even if you break the seal, you can't beat Snow Mountain King. If he can seal you once, he can seal you twice. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued, for now, in the battle between the evil race and 10 live saint, forgive me for being blunt, but young master, you can only be a bystander. Yi Xian frowned, bystander? Xiao Ta thought about it, then said, I can't explain this word to you. Yi Xian didn't understand, why? Xiao Ta said, this word is very complicated. The meaning it conveys is beyond my knowledge as a pagoda. I can only say that this word, those who understand it will understand it. Those who don't, no matter how I explain it, it's hard to understand. Understand? Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued, young master, if there's a chance in the future, you can come to Sister Lian Shuang's hometown to play. It's fun there. Yi Xian smiled and was about to speak when Xue Linglong suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian looked at Xue Linglong, is the evil race coming out? Xue Linglong shook her head, not yet. Yi Xian frowned. Now he actually hoped that Gu Chou could defeat this 10 live saint. Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian, follow me. Then, she turned and left. Yi Xian followed Xue Linglong to a large hall. In the middle of the hall stood a statue of a middle-aged man. Snow Mountain King. The invincible Snow Mountain King. Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian, please take a seat. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony and sat to the side. At this moment, Xue Linglong sat opposite Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian laughed, what do you want to say? Xue Linglong remained silent for a while and said, who do you think will win this time? Yi Xian shook his head, I don't know. Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian, who will you help? Yi Xian smiled and said, I won't help anyone. Xue Linglong stared at Yi Xian, you will help the evil race. Because the evil clan treated you very well, and the 10 ultimate saints set their sights on you the moment they came out, right? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, what exactly are you trying to say? Xue Linglong remained silent for a long time before she said, I can let you go. Yi Xian was stunned. Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian, but you have to promise me that you won't get involved in this matter. Go find the people behind you. I don't know how strong they are, but since my ancestor didn't kill you, it must be because he's afraid of them. Yi Xian said in a low voice, does your ancestor know that you let me go? Shui Linglong shook her head and wanted to say something else. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly laughed, Miss Linglong, don't be so childish. Shui Linglong stared at Yi Xian, if my ancestor wins, they definitely won't let you go. Yi Xian smiled, why do you care so much about me? Miss Linglong, don't tell me that you've fallen in love with me in such a short time. Shui Linglong was angry, what nonsense are you talking about? You really don't know what's good for you. You can die or not. Then she turned around and left. Yi Xian shook his head and said softly, idiot, is your ancestor a soft-hearted person? Then, he looked at the statue with a faint smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Rumble. Right at this moment, an explosion that shook the heavens suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. The entire burial zone shook. In the hall, Yi Xian said softly, finally out? Then, he stood up and left. When he walked out of the hall, Shui Linglong was there, her face cold. Yi Xian was about to speak when Shui Linglong took him and disappeared. When they appeared again, they were under the tower that sealed the evil race. Yi Xian looked at the tower and saw a man standing under it. It was Gu Chou. His clothes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. Gu Chou looked at the tower with a faint smile on his face. At this time, the tower gradually trembled, and mysterious spacetime powers poured down from the bottom of the tower. Next to Yi Xian, Shui Linglong said, he wants to fight against all the spacetime formations by himself. Yi Xian frowned. He thought that Gu Chou would use the evil race's power to fight against the spacetime power. He didn't expect that Gu Chou wanted to fight against the spacetime formation set up by the 12 destined knowing saints by himself. The 12 destined knowing saints. Among them, there was also the Snow Mountain King, a terrifying super expert. The spacetime power contained in the spacetime formations was truly terrifying. It could easily kill a destined knowing realm powerhouse like Shui Linglong. It could be said that the so-called destined knowing realm powerhouses were as small as ants in front of the spacetime formations. Any one of the 12 saints from all those years ago was a proud genius of the heavens. In the distance, Gu Chou suddenly opened his palm. A silver thread flew up like a dancing silver snake. Chi! A sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded. The silver thread tore through the sky and crisscrossed the spacetime formations. Compared to the countless spacetime formations, the silver thread was like a small boat in a tempestuous storm. It was so thin and tiny. However, the silver thread was gradually shattering the spacetime formations. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he witnessed this scene. Gu Chou had actually resisted the spacetime grand formation set up by 12 Saints of Destiny knowledge by herself. Suddenly, Gu Chou smiled and said, "Break." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver thread in his hand suddenly shot into the sky and entered the pagoda. Bang! The entire tower shook violently, and then it started to collapse bit by bit. However, the last level didn't move at all. A short while later, besides the last level, all the other levels had collapsed and vanished. 9 people appeared in the sky. There were 8 men and 1 woman. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man who held a palm-sized stone in his left hand. Next to Yi Xian, Shui Linglong looked at the middle-aged man and said softly, "Wu Lingmu." In the sky, Wu Lingmu looked at Gu Chou with a calm expression. Behind him, Mu Mo's gaze was fixed on Yi Xian. His gaze was like a sword that wanted to pierce through Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Mo and didn't provoke him. His cultivation was sealed now, so he didn't want to cause trouble. At this moment, Gu Chou suddenly closed his eyes. After countless years of darkness, it's over. As soon as he spoke, he slapped down with his right hand. Bang! The ground behind him suddenly cracked, and in the next moment, countless members of the evil race surged out. When the evil clan members came out, their eyes were filled with confusion at first. Then, they became excited, and finally, they became angry. Countless members of the evil race roared madly on the ground. For many members of the evil race, this was the first time they had seen the outside world. Seeing this, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. If he had been sealed for so many years, he would have gone crazy. He knew that the evil race would take revenge. Even if they died, they would take revenge. They had been suppressed for generations, and this hatred was irreconcilable. At this moment, the members of the evil race looked up at Wu Lingmu and the others in the sky. Their eyes were filled with hatred. In the sky, Wu Lingmu and the others were calm. There was no change in their emotions. Wu Lingmu suddenly appeared in front of Gu Chou. At this moment, 6 black-robed elders appeared behind Gu Chou. They were like ghosts and had no aura at all. Wu Lingmu looked at Gu Chou and smiled. "Let's exchange a few moves." Gu Chou nodded. "Okay." As soon as he spoke, the space-time they were in suddenly became illusory. The next moment, they appeared in a mysterious space-time. Outsiders could still see them, but they were no longer in this space-time. Wu Lingmu looked at Gu Chou and smiled. "Come." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. It was a simple punch. There was no fluctuation of energy. It was just like a punch from an ordinary person. This punch was really simple to the extreme. However, the space-time in front of Gu Chou was indeed disintegrating bit by bit. Disintegrating space-time. It was not that there was no fluctuation of energy in this punch. It was just that the power was too strong, so strong that it could disintegrate space-time. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression became extremely solemn. He realized that the difference between the Destiny Realm powerhouses of this era and the Destiny Realm powerhouses of the past was like heaven and earth. Facing this punch, how could Gu Chou block it? In the distance, Gu Chou smiled. He did not use the silver thread. Instead, he punched. Also a punch. As he punched, a strange scene suddenly appeared. The space-time that had been disintegrating around him actually condensed at this moment and then gradually returned to its original state. Seeing this, the expressions of the 8-10 ultimate saints in the sky finally changed. A trace of seriousness appeared in the eyes of the 8-10 ultimate saints. Wu Lingmu smiled slightly, as expected of the most monstrous genius in the history of the Vile clan. "I'm afraid that even the ancestor of the Vile clan is far inferior to you." Gu Chou smiled. "The punch contains the truth of space-time. It's amazing to be able to fuse the fist Dao and the space-time Dao to such an extent." Wu Lingmu laughed heartily. "Let's do it again." As soon as he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward and punched again. This punch caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. The moment Wu Lingmu punched, an extremely terrifying aura of destruction suddenly spread out. The powerful aura directly shattered the space-time in the field. The entire world began to be annihilated at this moment. Everyone in the field retreated madly. Xue Linglong even took Yi Xian and retreated hundreds of thousands of zhang away. When Yi Xian and Xue Linglong stopped, Yi Xian's expression became extremely solemn. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. One had to know that Wu Lingmu and Gu Chou were very, very far away from them. They were not even in the same space-time. However, Wu Lingmu's punch alone was enough to destroy their space-time. It was just his aura. Furthermore, it had leaked out from such a faraway place. It could be said that the aura was not even 1/100th of Wu Lingmu's punch. Yi Xian took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Qingxian sword. He thought to himself, with the protection of the Qing, I am invincible. You guys go all out, I'll go all out. Chapter 1953. The expressions of the experts from the fiend race had become extremely solemn when they saw Wu Lingmu's punch. They'd never underestimated the 12 destined saints. How terrifying had the fiend race been all those years ago? However, they'd still been defeated by the 12 destined saints. After all, the fiend race had even called upon their ancestors, but they'd still been defeated and had no choice but to rely on the protection of their ancestors to enter the underground. So, how heaven-defying had the 12 destined saints been all those years ago? Now that countless years had passed, the strength of the 12 destined saints would definitely not stop improving. If the fiend race wanted true freedom, then they had to kill the 12 destined saints. It was pitch black in that unknown expanse of space, and nothing could be seen. The members of the fiend race stared fixedly at the dark expanse of space, and their eyes were filled with anxiety. If Gu Chou lost, then the fiend race would truly vanish from this world. Suddenly, the dark expanse of space gradually recovered to its original state, and Gu Chou and Wu Lingmu gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Both of them were still alive. However, there was a deep imprint of a fist on Wu Lingmu's chest. Countless members of the fiend race roared in unison when they witnessed this scene, and their voices were filled with excitement. Victory! Gu Chou had won. The expressions of the remaining 8-10 apex saints in the sky darkened. Wu Lingmu lost just like that. Gu Chou glanced at Wu Lingmu from afar. You're still lacking. Wu Lingmu glanced at the silver threads that coiled around Gu Chou's arm and smiled, am I not worthy of your silver threads? Gu Chou shook her head, you entered the Dao through the martial Dao, so I want to defeat you with the martial Dao. Wu Lingmu roared with laughter, defeat me with the martial Dao, huh? As he spoke, he opened his left palm, and there was a stone there. Wu Lingmu gazed at Gu Chou, this is the last time. Gu Chou glanced at the stone in Wu Lingmu's hand and said, is this your martial courage? A trace of surprise flashed through Wu Lingmu's eyes, you know about it as well? Gu Chou smiled, an ancestor of my fiend race lost to your martial courage. Wu Lingmu smiled, I've gained some new insights throughout the years, and I'd like to seek your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, and the martial courage suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot into the center of Wu Lingmu's forehead. Boom! Wu Lingmu's body trembled violently. His aura suddenly skyrocketed, becoming stronger and stronger. In the end, the unknown spacetime started to boil. Not only that, the spacetime outside started to turn illusory. Whether it was the spacetime inside or outside, they could no longer withstand Wu Lingmu's powerful aura. Mu Mo and the other saints were filled with disbelief when they witnessed this scene. He who knows God. Mu Mo stared at Wu Lingmu, his face filled with shock. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at him, Mu Mo, what is this divine knower? Mu Mo didn't conceal his voice when he spoke, so everyone heard him. Mu Mo suddenly looked at Yi Xian, furious. What the hell are you asking? Are you familiar with the old man? Huh? Is he familiar with you? Yi Xian stared blankly for a moment before he curled his lips. Didn't I just snatch a few dozen of your saint veins? Do you have to be like this? How petty. Hearing this, Mu Mo was instantly enraged. Yi Xian, you still have the face? You're a dignified swordsman, how could you go back on your word? Are you even human? Yi Xian said indifferently, didn't I swear? If I go back on my word, let me be pierced through by 10,000 swords in the future. Mu Mo glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I'm telling you, the heavens are watching. Don't think you can ignore an oath. An oath represents a portion of karma. It's not that I won't repay it, it's just that the time hasn't come. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Old man, you were the one who wanted to snatch my sword first. Why are you making it sound like it's my fault now? Everything I've done. It's just for self-protection. Mu Mo stared coldly at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian shrugged and didn't want to argue with the old man anymore. It was better to keep a low profile for now. In the distance, Wu Lingmu's aura grew stronger and stronger. Gu Chou said softly, "The predestined realm, entering the spirit realm through martial arts." Wu Lingmu smiled and said, "Come, take another punch from me." As he spoke, he took a step forward, and then he smashed his fist forward. This punch caused the entire expanse of space to suddenly seethe while everything in the field of vision was being obliterated at a visible speed. This punch had exceeded everyone's understanding. The expressions of the experts from the fiend race became solemn when they saw Wu Lingmu's terrifying punch. In the past, Wu Lingmu and the others were known as the predestined realm saints. Now, Wu Lingmu had entered the spirit realm. That was completely different. The members of the fiend race gazed at Gu Chou. Can the patriarch stop Wu Lingmu? Yi Xian was quite curious as well. Wu Lingmu's strength had exceeded his understanding. No matter how thick his skin was, he had to admit that Yi Xian was bragging when he said he was the strongest person beneath the three swords. Gu Chou suddenly started laughing. Everyone watched as he took a step forward and pointed his finger forward. As soon as his finger descended, the boiling space rippled for a moment before returning to calm. Everything returned to normal. Everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, Gu Chou pointed his finger forward again. Wu Lingmu's pupils constricted, and he swiftly raised his arms to block. Bang! Everyone watched as Wu Lingmu's figure was blasted flying, and he fell into an unknown abyss of space. Moreover, his martial spiritual vein and body had vanished completely. Everyone was stunned. Wu Lingmu, who's a predestined realm, has been defeated just like that. Mu Mo and the others were stunned as well. Wu Lingmu had attained predestined realm while being enhanced by the gall pill. But he'd actually been defeated by Gu Chou with just 2 moves. What's going on? Meanwhile, the experts from the fiend race cheered madly. We won. This time, he had really won. The patriarch is invincible. Long live the patriarch. The voices of countless members of the fiend race shot into the sky and reverberated through the world. Within the space-time abyss, Wu Lingmu suddenly laughed. Everyone was looking at Wu Lingmu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Lingmu chuckled and said, "Destiny Insight Soul. You're the one who's truly attained predestined realm." Predestined realm. Mu Mo and the others' expressions were ugly to the extreme. In fact, they had already guessed it when Wu Lingmu was defeated. Wu Lingmu had attained predestined realm with the help of the gall pill, and Gu Chou was able to defeat him because Gu Chou had truly attained predestined realm. One had attained predestined realm with the help of an external object, while the other had truly attained predestined realm. In the distance, Gu Chou smiled, "You're still lacking." Wu Lingmu looked at Gu Chou, "I've lost." He admitted defeat. Gu Chou gently waved his right hand, and he left that space-time. After returning to the real space-time, he glanced at Yi Xian not far away and smiled. "Mr. Yi, did they attack you?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Gu Chou smiled, "Do you need my help?" Yi Xian shook his head, "No need." In fact, he could break the seal now. With the profound azure sword and Xiao Ta, no one could do anything to his body. However, he didn't want to break the seal now. Gu Chou smiled, "All right." Saying this, he looked up at the last level of the pagoda and smiled, "Snow Mountain King, why don't you come out and fight?" Snow Mountain King. Everyone looked up at the last level of the pagoda. The last level of the pagoda. Snow Mountain King. The invincible Snow Mountain King who had almost destroyed the evil clan. Countless tens of thousands of years had passed. How strong would this person, who was once like a god, be now? Yi Xian also looked at the last level, his eyes full of curiosity. Everyone was looking at the last level of the pagoda. However, the pagoda didn't respond at all. Below, Gu Chou smiled and was about to speak, but at this moment, the only woman among the 10 absolute saints suddenly walked out. The woman wore a simple black robe. The robe was simple and plain. She wasn't particularly good-looking, but she definitely wasn't ugly either. She was the type that was good-looking. Especially her hair, which was very long and reached her hips. Seeing this woman walk out, everyone's eyes fell on her. Yi Xian looked at Xue Linglong who stood by his side. Who is she? Xue Linglong spoke solemnly, Fan Jian. She's the fourth to attain the divine realm. Fan Jian? Yi Xian looked at the woman. Under everyone's gazes, the woman walked slowly towards Gu Chou. She didn't waste her breath and just raised her right hand slightly. In an instant, the space around Gu Chou actually warped. At the same time, a terrifying aura enveloped Gu Chou. At the instant this aura appeared, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. A divine realm expert. Fan Jian is actually a divine realm expert as well. Wu Lingmu and the others were filled with shock as well. This Fan Jian had actually reached the level of a true diviner. Wu Lingmu suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. He'd thought that he was only second to the Snow Mountain King, but now it seemed like he was wrong. Other than the fact that Fan Jian had also bitterly cultivated in the past, Fan Jian's strength was already above his. He's hiding his strength. A wisp of excitement flashed through Gu Chou's eyes when he saw that Fan Jian had attained the divine realm. Interesting. As soon as he spoke, he took a step forward, and the warped expanse of space around him actually started to gradually return to normal. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and the expanse of space in front of him swept forward like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Fan Jian suddenly raised her arm to block it. Bang! That powerful space-time power was directly blocked by her arm. Gu Chou's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took another step forward and smashed his fist forward once more. Rumble. Fan Jian was blasted into a spatial abyss. But in the next moment, she opened her palm, and a sword appeared within it. After that, she swiftly slashed it forward. Bang! The mysterious spacetime abyss was directly shattered by her sword strike. At the same time, before everyone could react, she had already appeared in front of Gu Chou. Then, a sword light flashed, and in the next moment, Gu Chou was slashed into a spacetime abyss. Everyone was stunned. A swordsman. This woman was actually a swordsman. Everyone knew that a swordsman's battle strength was much stronger than an expert of the same realm. At this moment, the sword in Fan Jian's hand suddenly trembled violently, and a sword cry soared into the sky. In an instant, all the swords in the burial zone started to tremble violently, and then let out sword cries. Submission. This was submission. Next to Yi Xian, Xue Linglong's expression was incomparably solemn. Heaven-absorbing sword. The world's #1 sword. Rumor has it that once this sword appears, all swords will submit to it. If they don't submit, the sword will destroy them. Right at this moment, a powerful strand of sword intent suddenly erupted from the sky absorption sword. This strand of sword intent's target wasn't Gu Chou, but Yi Xian. To be more precise, it was the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. At this moment, Soul's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Young lord, can I act tough? Yi Xian. P.S. Asking for votes. Chapter 1954. Yi Xian's face darkened when he heard Soul. What's going on? Soul has definitely been led astray by Xiao Ta. She's actually trying to act cool at the slightest provocation. Yi Xian didn't stop Soul. He just opened his palm and the green sword suddenly flew out. He naturally wouldn't stop Soul. The green sword was forged by Qing. Not to mention the Sky Splitter, she wouldn't even be afraid of her father's sword spirit. So, she had to act cool. Everyone watched as the green sword shot into the sky and slashed down towards the Sky Splitter. Fan Jian didn't stop the green sword as well. She knew how arrogant her sword was, and it would definitely destroy anyone who didn't submit to it. So, she didn't attack. It was a battle between swords. Everyone watched as the two swords collided in the most brutal way possible. Tip of sword against sword. Head on. Bang! An expanse of sword light suddenly erupted in the sky, and the entire sky was torn into pieces by this expanse of sword light. In the next moment, under everyone's gazes, the sky-absorbing sword actually shattered inch by inch. However, the green sword was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a mark on it. Everyone was stunned. The number one sword in the burial zone was actually destroyed? Meanwhile, the green profound sword suddenly trembled violently, and then a sword howl swept through the surroundings like a thunderclap. In an instant, all the swords throughout the burial region started trembling violently. It wasn't from submission, it was from fear, and it was extreme fear. Everyone in the surroundings was looking at the green profound sword. Fan Jian stared at the green sword. She didn't speak, and she just opened her palm. The fragments of the skysplitter flew back into her grasp, and they were still trembling. Fan Jian fell silent. It was the first time she'd seen the skysplitter show such fear, and it was fear of a sword. Fan Jian gazed at the green sword with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Wu Lingmu's eyes were filled with curiosity as well. He knew how strong the skysplitter was, but the sword before him had been able to destroy it. That was extraordinarily terrifying. As for Mu Mo, he gazed at Yi Xian with a calm expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm and the azure profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at Fan Jian and smiled. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian. Who was the one who forged this sword? Yi Xian smiled and said, "My sister." Fan Jian nodded his head. "Your sister is very strong." Yi Xian laughed, "Not bad, you're a little stronger than me." Meanwhile, Mu Mo spoke coldly from afar, "Yi Xian, if your sister hadn't forged this sword for you, you would be nothing. So, without your sister, you are nothing. Understand?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "To be honest, if it wasn't for my sister, I would still have a father. Although he isn't very reliable, he has indeed helped me a lot." Mu Mo glared at Yi Xian. "What are you without your sister and father?" "You." Yi Xian continued, "Actually, I have a big brother." "Everyone, shut up." Mu Mo suddenly said angrily, "Yi Xian, don't you feel ashamed? You have to rely on others for everything, don't you think it's a shame?" Yi Xian sighed softly and said, "To be honest, I'm actually in a bit of pain. Ever since I was born, my father, sister, and big brother were invincible existences. Along the way, I wanted to fight, I wanted to rely on my own strength to make a name for myself. But my strength didn't allow me to. No matter how strong an enemy is, my sister can take care of them with one sword. Do you know how much pain I'm in?" Everyone, Mu Mo's expression was extremely ugly. "You," Yi Xian continued, "just like you, Senior Mu Mo, you've cultivated for at least a few million years, right? You've cultivated for a few million years to attain your current accomplishments, but I've cultivated for less than 100 years, yet I'm able to fight you head-on. Just like you said earlier, I would absolutely not be a match for you if I didn't have this sword in my hand. But the problem is that I have it." As he spoke, he shrugged and said helplessly, "I was born with what you need to fight for. The gap between us is really too huge. Even I feel unfair for you, Mu Mo suddenly pointed a finger at Yi Xian, and even his finger was trembling. "You brat. Do you think you're superior even though you're a second-generation kid?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "All of you work hard on your cultivation and fight hard, while I work hard on my sister and father. To a certain extent, we're all fighting hard, but the methods we use are different. There are 3,000 great Daos in the world, so why can't there be a path to fight for your sister? A path to fight for your father? Everyone was speechless. All of them gazed at Yi Xian with extremely strange expressions. Damn it. It was the first time someone had talked about being a second-generation kid in such a fresh and refined manner. How fucking shameless is he? Fan Jian glanced at Yi Xian, and for the first time, a trace of indescribable emotion had appeared in his tranquil eyes. Wu Lingmu shook his head. This fellow is truly a piece of work. On the other hand, Mu Mo was infuriated to the point of almost exploding to death. He really wanted to attack, but King Snow Mountain had given him an order not to attack Yi Xian. He didn't dare disobey King Snow Mountain's orders. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, "Everyone, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, there really are people behind me. As for their strength, all of you should be able to tell just by looking at the sword in my hand. I don't have any other intentions in saying all of this. It's fine if all of you want to target me. In any case, I'll fight with my life on the line, and if I can't fight for my life, then I'll call for help. In any case, that's basically how I do things. Let me summarize." When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at the others and said, "I'm shameless, so do whatever you want." Everyone, Fan Jian couldn't help but look at Yi Xian again. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "People still have to rely on themselves." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Fan Jian, may I ask you a question? How many years have you cultivated?" Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian and said, 11 million years. Yi Xian nodded. "I've only cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years. May I ask, what should I do to catch up to you in 1,000,000 years?" Fan Jian was silent. At this time, Yi Xian looked at Mu Mo, who had been staring at him, and said, "Old man, don't look at me like that. Let me ask you, when you were my age, were you as outstanding as me?" Mu Mo said sarcastically, "I don't have as many people as you do." Yi Xian smiled and said, "How about this? Now, you will lower your cultivation to the divine physique echelon, and you won't be able to use the 12 layers of time and space. I won't use the sword in my hand, and I won't use any external objects. Let's have a fair fight, okay? A fair fight." Mu Mo narrowed his eyes. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. "Really?" Mu Mo was about to speak when Wu Lingmu suddenly said, "Mu Mo, what do you think of this kid?" Mu Mo looked at Wu Lingmu and asked, "What do you mean?" Wu Lingmu sighed softly and said, "This kid may look flashy, but he's actually very meticulous. Since he dared to say this to you, it means that he's confident. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have challenged you in public. If you fight him and win, the world will think that it's how it should be. But if you lose, even if you don't die, can you afford to lose face? Also, this might leave an inner demon in your heart, which will be very detrimental to your future cultivation. But if he loses to you, given how thick his skin is, he definitely won't have any inner demons. A shameless person will definitely not care about a temporary win or loss, but you can't do that." A murderous look flashed in Mu Mo's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Lingmu said, "You can't kill him." Mu Mo said coldly, "Why?" Wu Lingmu smiled and said, "Do you see that sword? It's just as he said, there's someone behind him. Moreover, every time I have killing intent towards this person, I feel a trace of unease in my heart." Unease. Mu Mo's expression became slightly unsightly when he heard this. Wu Lingmu was much stronger than him, and Wu Lingmu had that feeling. That meant that this fellow really had someone behind him. At this time, Wu Lingmu spoke again, "The Snow Mountain King told you not to cause trouble for him. You know his temper. He wouldn't even look at an ordinary person, yet he deliberately told you to do so. Do you think it's simple?" Mu Mo said solemnly, "Don't you think this person needs to be taught a lesson?" Wu Lingmu smiled and said, "Our top priority is to deal with this fiend clan." Fiend clan. Mu Mo's expression gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Mu Mo, are you going to fight or not? Mu Mo glanced at Yi Xian and said, I'll spare your life for now. Yi Xian smiled and said, if you don't want to fight, then forget it. After saying that, he glanced at Wu Lingmu and retreated to the side. At this time, everyone's gaze fell on Gu Chou in the distance. Everyone felt that it was ridiculous. Gu Chou and the Fiend clan were the real main characters today. They were almost led astray by Yi Xian. In the distance, Gu Chou had already left the spacetime abyss. He looked at Fan Jian and smiled, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. You're actually a swordsman. In the past, Fan Jian had also come out to deal with the Fiend clan, but at that time, Fan Jian did not reveal his identity as a swordsman. Fan Jian looked at Gu Chou and said, You're much stronger than the experts of the Fiend clan. After saying that, she slowly walked towards Gu Chou and said, I can understand that you want to change the fate of the Fiend clan, but I can tell you that you can't change the fate of the Fiend clan. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and an energy sword suddenly appeared in her palm. Gu Chou laughed, Lady Fan Jian, let me tell you, I, Gu Chou, will change the fate of my evil tribe today. Not only will I change the fate of my evil tribe, I will also make you pay with your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, the space here instantly became illusory before being obliterated. The countless spacetimes could no longer withstand the power of ancient sorrow. Even the 12 layers of spacetime were being destroyed bit by bit. Fan Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. She took a step forward and tapped forward with her finger. Countless energy swords appeared behind her, and then they suddenly slashed forward in unison. In an instant, the sound of space being torn apart resounded. The world trembled in fear. Chapter 1955. The sword chi that filled the sky seemed endless as it shot towards Gu Chou. It was a spectacular sight. The sword energy rained down one after the other, and it seemed endless. Most importantly, the sword energy was very strong, and every single one of them could tear through space with ease. The expressions of everyone here had become solemn. A divine knower. Moreover, it was a swordsman. Could Gu Chou stop it? Under everyone's gaze, Gu Chou punched out. His punch was extremely slow, abnormally slow. It was like the punch of an old man who was on the brink of paralysis. It didn't seem like he was moving at all. But it was exactly this punch that caused the entire world to slow down. At this moment, all the sword chi suddenly disappeared without a trace. Without any warning, Fan Jian fell into a mysterious spacetime abyss. When she fell into the mysterious spacetime abyss, her physical body had already disappeared, leaving only her soul behind. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Wu Lingmu stared fixedly at Gu Chou, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. Mu Mo and the others by his side seemed to have noticed something as well, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. Yi Xian glanced at Gu Chou and sighed in his heart. He'd guessed something. Time. Gu Chou's punch hadn't utilized spacetime, it had utilized time. As if he'd thought of something, he gazed at the green profound sword in his hand, and he had a question in his heart. Could the green profound sword ignore the terrifying laws of time? Fan Jian waved her hand lightly, and a ray of light flickered as the mysterious spacetime abyss was torn open. After that, she walked out of it and gazed at Gu Chou. Time domain. Gu Chou nodded. Fan Jian gazed at Gu Chou for a long time, and then she nodded slightly, I lost. I lost. The tension in the hearts of countless vile race members was lifted once more. They were naturally worried. After all, Fan Jian was a divine knower, and most importantly, she was a swordsman. But now, the weight in their hearts had been lifted. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Brother Gu Chou, what's time domain? Brother Guchou? When they heard Yi Xian, some people in the surroundings looked at Yi Xian. Especially the members of the wretched clans. Brother Guchou? There was something wrong with this form of address. Guchou was slightly stunned as well. Meanwhile, Muemo laughed coldly with ridicule. Yi Xian, you're truly shameless. Don't you know your own strength? You actually have the face to call him brother. You. At this time, Guchou suddenly looked at Muemo. What does the matter between brother Yi and me have to do with you? Muemo's expression froze. Guchou looked at Muemo. If you're not convinced, why don't we exchange a few moves? Hearing this, Muemo's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. Damn it! 2 moves. Even the terrifying Fan Jian had lost to Guchou. How could he beat him? Guchou paid no further attention to Muemo, and he gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. To put it simply, this so-called time domain is something that allows me to go against time and always be a step faster than my opponent. When I fought Miss Fan Jian just now, I went against her time and was a step faster than her. In other words, I attacked first when she attacked with her sword. Of course, many experts are capable of going against time. However, if you can't form a time domain, then Miss Fan Jian's strength can be overcome with a flick of her finger. Time domain. Yi, this chapter isn't finished. Please continue. Xian nodded slightly and asked. Is it difficult to form a time domain? Guchou laughed bitterly. It's extraordinarily difficult. If you're able to condense a time domain, then you can directly crush any expert below it. Any expert. Yi Xian was visibly moved, and he hurriedly said, Brother Guchou, can you give it a try with me? Guchou was slightly stunned, and then he said, How? Yi Xian smiled. I attack you with my sword, and you use your time domain, just like you did to Miss Fan Jian just now. Guchou hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, Muemo suddenly said angrily, Yi Xian, what kind of existence are you looking for? Don't you know what kind of power you have? You. At this time, Guchou suddenly looked at Muemo. Are you retarded? Muemo, Guchou frowned slightly. What does the matter between me and Yi Xian have to do with you? Don't you know what kind of strength you have? Muemo stared at Guchou. Guchou chuckled. If you're not satisfied, then come down and fight? Muemo's expression was as ugly as it could be. Damn it! Was Guchou crazy? He was helping Yi Xian like this. In fact, it wasn't just Muemo and the others. Even the people of the evil tribe found it hard to understand why the tribe leader would respect such a weak-looking person, and even call him brother. Below, Guchou coldly looked at Muemo. If you say another word, I will turn you into dust in an instant. Muemo didn't speak again. He didn't dare to provoke Guchou. He dared to provoke Yi Xian, but he didn't dare to provoke Guchou. The Snow Mountain King hadn't appeared yet, so if Guchou wanted to kill him, even if Fan Jian and Wu Lingmu joined forces, they might not be able to stop him. Wu Lingmu glanced at Muemo. Stop provoking that little guy. I don't know if the person behind him can kill you, but I know that he might be able to anger you to death. Muemo. Below, Guchou retracted his gaze. He looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Brother Yi, if you want to give it a try, then give it a try. Make your move. Yi Xian nodded. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a sword appeared between Guchou's eyebrows. At this moment, Guchou punched. Just like before, it was a very slow punch. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's sword was directly between Guchou's eyebrows. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the sky, Fan Jian's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? His voice was filled with shock. Wu Lingmu's face was also filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a monster. Muemo stared at Yi Xian below, his expression extremely ugly. Below, Guchao's eyes flashed with confusion. This, as he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked at the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. It's this sword. Yi Xian put the azure sword away and smiled lightly. Yes. This sword my younger sister forged for me can ignore any spacetime. However, I didn't know if it could ignore your time domain, so I asked you to give it a try. Now it seems like she can. Ignore any spacetime. Ignore any time. At this moment, everyone felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Gu Chou said solemnly, "Can I try again?" Yi Xian nodded. Of course. As he spoke, he attacked once more. Meanwhile, Gu Chou punched again. The moment he punched out, the space where the two of them were immediately distorted. Time domain. This time. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. This time, he was serious. However, Yi Xian's azure sword was still pressed against the center of his eyebrows. Fan Jian and Wu Lingmu's expressions gradually became solemn when they witnessed this scene. Besides that, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Gu Chou shook his head and smiled bitterly in front of Yi Xian. He really can ignore my time domain. As he spoke, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. If Brother Yi had given this sword to Miss Fan Jian, then I would have probably been instantly killed. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings became strange when they heard this. Especially the experts from the fiend race. At this moment, they suddenly understood why their patriarch respected this young man so much. Moreover, they even addressed him as brother. If this young man lent his sword to Fan Jian, they didn't dare to think about it. Fan Jian had thought of this as well, and her gaze was constantly fixed on the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. The reason she'd lost earlier was because of Gu Chao's time domain. If she had this sword, then she was 80% confident in her ability to kill Gu Chou. If she didn't use this sword, then she wouldn't even have a 10% chance of winning against Gu Chou. Because the time domain was a divine ability of another level. But if she used this sword, then her chances of winning would instantly increase to 80%. A strange light flashed through her eyes when she thought up to here. Meanwhile, Gu Chou suddenly asked, "Brother Yi, where's your younger sister right now?" Younger sister. The light in Fan Jian's eyes vanished when he heard this. At the same time, the wisp of greed hidden in the depths of his eyes vanished as well. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian. It was obvious that this fellow was a second-generation swordsman. Now, everyone was curious as to who the younger sister this guy was talking about was. Yi Xian smiled and said, "My younger sister is a swordsman as well." As he spoke, he passed the sword to Gu Chou. "Brother Gu Chou, to tell you the truth, I don't know where she is either. If Brother Gu Chou wants to see her, then you can use this sword to sense her." Gu Chou gazed at the sword in front of him. He fell silent for a moment before he shook his head, "No." Yi Xian was puzzled, "Why not?" Gu Chou glanced at Yi Xian, "I'm the hope of the entire clan, so I can't die yet." Yi Xian was speechless. "What are you putting on an act for?" Meanwhile, Muemo suddenly roared angrily, "Yi Xian, what are you putting on an act for? Do you dare to give the sword to me? Let me see that so-called younger sister you're talking about." Yi Xian gazed at Muemo. He opened his palm, and the chuckle sword slowly floated over to Muemo. Muemo glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then he took the green profound sword. At the instant he did, he frowned. Because he couldn't sense the sword's strength. Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke abruptly, "Geezer Muemo, allow me to give you a friendly reminder. My younger sister's temper isn't very good. If you sense her, then there might be some bad consequences. You better understand that." Muemo laughed coldly, "Bad consequences? What? Can she cross stellar regions to kill me?" Yi Xian nodded. Actually, that's a possibility. Mu Mo roared with laughter. Yi Xian, you're not trying to anger me to death, you're trying to make me laugh to death. Yi Xian nodded slightly and didn't speak another word. Mu Mo glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then he was about to censor her. Meanwhile, Wu Lingmu hesitated for a moment and said, "Be careful." He didn't stop Mu Mo because they wanted to see the person behind Yi Xian as well. Mu Mo laughed coldly. She's crossed countless stellar regions. I'm not afraid of her. As he spoke, he suddenly grasped the green profound sword, causing it to tremble. A moment later, he laughed coldly. I sense. P.S. The website malfunctioned and didn't update on time. I only noticed it when a reader reminded me. I'm late by an hour. Sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 1956. Mu Mo hadn't even finished speaking when a ray of light suddenly entered Mu Mo's head. Bang! In an instant, the vitality within Mu Mo's body was completely wiped out. Everyone here was petrified. Gu Chou remained silent as she gazed at Mu Mo, whose eyes were wide open as if he didn't know what had happened. Fan Jian stared fixedly at Mu Mo, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and a trace of astonishment. Wu Lingmu's eyes were filled with undisguised astonishment. Meanwhile, Mu Mo seemed to have understood what had happened, and a trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. It's so far. Ah. How far? Countless stellar regions. Yet he'd only sensed a trace of her aura. And then he was gone just like that? Mu Mo felt that it was quite absurd. Meanwhile, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. He glanced at Mu Mo before retreating to the side. Mu Mo gazed at Yi Xian, and his body and soul were gradually vanishing. It was being wiped out. He wasn't able to resist at all. Mu Mo gazed at Yi Xian and spoke softly, "Who is she?" Yi Xian replied, "My younger sister." Mu Mo's eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Your younger sister? Then why are you so weak? Why is your younger sister so strong?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I haven't matured yet." Mu Mo was speechless. Yi Xian sighed softly. "I told you not to sense her, but you just wouldn't listen. You've played yourself to death." Mu Mo spoke softly. Who knew that she would be so strong? As he spoke, he vanished completely. Mu Mo had vanished from this world. The surroundings were silent as if it had been frozen. He was gone. Was Mu Mo an ordinary person? He was one of the 12 destined saints. And yet, such a super expert was directly wiped out by someone else. More importantly, they didn't even see the other party. For a time, the atmosphere here was quite oppressive. Yi Xian sighed softly. A living person is gone just like that. Everyone was speechless. Fan Jian suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, how should I address your sister?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Others call her Destiny." Destiny? Fan Jian and the others frowned. She had never heard of it before. They were already the strongest in this world. They knew about the group of monstrous geniuses from back then, but they didn't know Tian Ming. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian. "I've never heard of it." Yi Xian laughed. "It's normal that you haven't heard of it." Fan Jian frowned. "Why is it normal?" Yi Xian replied, "Because she isn't from the burial region." Hearing this, Fan Jian narrowed his eyes. "From somewhere else?" Yi Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, Fan Jian asked again, "Has she surpassed destiny awareness?" "I'm talking about the true transcendence, reaching another level. Do you understand what I mean by that level?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Damn it, are you looking down on me?" However, he really didn't know. Because he realized that even though these fellows were all destiny awareness, it was obvious that there was a difference in the realm of destiny awareness. Meanwhile, Fan Jian asked again, has she surpassed the realm of destiny awareness? Yi Xian smiled and said, what do you think? Fan Jian fell silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, continue with your business. After that, he retreated to the side and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, he was excited because he had discovered something new. Time domain. The green profound sword can ignore time domains. Does that mean that I can use the green profound sword to create a time domain? When he thought of this, Yi Xian became even more excited. In the battlefield, Fan Jian and the others glanced at Yi Xian before looking away. Strictly speaking, Yi Xian wasn't their enemy. Their true enemy was the evil tribe. Of course, they really didn't dare to offend Yi Xian. This fellow was obviously a second-generation heir, so it would be unwise to offend him for no reason. Didn't you see what happened to Muemo? Suddenly, the last level of the pagoda started to tremble. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. All of them raised their heads to look at the last level. Is the invincible Snow Mountain King finally going to make an appearance? Gu Chou was looking at the last level as well. There was a faint smile on his face, and there was even a trace of anticipation in his eyes. After tens of thousands of years, Wu Lingmu and Fan Jian had given him a pleasant surprise, especially Fan Jian's sword cultivator, who had given him a pleasant surprise. But what about the invincible Snow Mountain King? What sort of surprise will he give me? Gu Chou felt even more anticipation. Suddenly, the last level of the pagoda started to vanish bit by bit. A short moment later, the pagoda had vanished completely, and then a man walked down slowly. The man seemed to be around 30 years of age. His features were sharp and angular, and his eyes seemed like they could see through everything in the world. He wore a simple cloud blue robe with a small sparkling and translucent white jade pendant hanging from his waist. In his right hand, he held an open ancient book. Quiet and refined. This was what everyone felt at this moment. Of course, they did not forget that the man in front of them was the invincible Snow Mountain King. The moment the Snow Mountain King appeared, the experts from the Great Snow Mountain were excited. All of them knelt down to pay their respects. Xue Linglong, who was standing beside Yi Xian, also bowed deeply. The invincible Snow Mountain King. This was the belief of all the people from the Great Snow Mountain. Fan Jian and the rest were also looking at the king of Xiaofan. In the past, they were all geniuses, but in that era, in front of the king of Xiaofan, all other monstrous geniuses paled in comparison, including Ku Xiu, who was once a monstrous genius. For these people, they were sorrowful. Because no matter how hard they worked, there was always someone above them. Wu Lingmu and the others had a complicated expression on their faces. At this moment, the Snow Mountain King slowly turned his head to look at Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far away. Sensing the Snow Mountain King's gaze, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyelids twitched. Damn it, this guy won't be targeting me, right? This Snow Mountain King was not Muemo, he was definitely not that easy to fool. At this time, the Snow Mountain King's gaze fell on the profound green sword in Yi Xian's hand. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and looked at Gu Chou in front of him. Change location? Gu Chou smiled, of course. As the voice fell, the space where the two of them were suddenly became illusory. Very quickly, the two of them seemed to be shuttling through countless spaces, but in the eyes of the crowd, the two of them were actually still standing in the same place. Seeing this scene, Fan Jian and the others' expressions gradually became solemn. Gu Chou and the Snow Mountain King seemed to be still here, but in fact, they were already very far away from them. Beside Fan Jian, Wu Lingmu solemnly said, Fan Jian, do you know what level the Snow Mountain King has reached? Fan Jian shook his head, I can't feel it. Wu Lingmu's eyes suddenly narrowed, you can't feel it. Fan Jian nodded, I can't feel it. Hearing this, Wu Lingmu's expression instantly became solemn, his heart filled with shock. Fan Jian was a divine expert. Yet, she couldn't feel the Snow Mountain King's strength? What level is the Snow Mountain King at now? Wu Lingmu's expression became even more solemn. At this moment, Fan Jian looked at Gu Chou, who was still shuttling through space, and said softly, "That Gu Chou, he's also very mysterious. When he fought us earlier, he hid his strength. I just don't know how much he's hiding." Wu Lingmu looked at Gu Chou and said softly, "I never expected that after so many years, the evil race would actually produce such a terrifying monster." Fan Jian nodded his head. In every generation, there will be a few extremely talented super geniuses. When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment, and then she looked at the distant Yi Xian. Wu Lingmu smiled, "Do you think this fellow is a monster?" Fan Jian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "What do you think?" Wu Lingmu glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, "Even though he's not bad, he can't be considered a top monster." Fan Jian shook his head, "You shouldn't look at him in a normal way." Wu Lingmu smiled, "Then tell me." Fan Jian said softly, "He's very thick-skinned, and he's completely shameless. Just based on this, many people can't compare to him." Wu Lingmu frowned, "What's the use of being shameless?" Fan Jian looked at Wu Lingmu, "Indeed, being shameless isn't very useful, but what about being shameless and having a strong background? If you touch him, he will anger you to death, do you believe me?" Wu Lingmu's expression froze, and at this moment, he thought of Mu Mo. How did this guy die? He was angered by Yi Xian to the point that his brain went haywire, and then he died. Under normal circumstances, Mu Mo would definitely not be the one to stand out. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at Fan Jian, "Why is this woman looking at me?" If she was looking at the azure profound sword, he could understand, but she kept looking at me. Could it be that she likes me? Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Fan Jian, and in fact, this woman is very good looking. If I take her into my harem, no, take her as a disciple. If I take her as a disciple, with the azure profound sword, even the king of Snow Mountain would be wary of her. But how was he going to trick this woman into becoming his woman? No, disciple, Yi Xian blushed with shame. After following Xiao Ta for a long time, his thoughts were getting more and more impure. At this moment, Gu Chou and the Snow Mountain King suddenly stopped in their tracks. They had already entered an unknown spacetime domain. They were now extremely far away from Yi Xian and the others. Both of them were top-notch experts. Once they started fighting, even the aftershocks from their battle were not something that others could withstand. Only by entering this kind of place would they be able to avoid a lot of trouble. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly smiled, "I have been waiting for this day for a long time." The king of Snow Mountain looked at Gu Chou, his expression calm. "Come." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, the space here actually started to freeze while the temperature instantly plummeted by a few tens of thousands of degrees. If it was in the outside world, then just this moment would have frozen the entire universe. In the distance, Gu Chou smiled. "Is this your ice-sealing domain from back then?" As he spoke, he took a step forward and slowly raised his right hand. Chapter 1957. Ice-Sealing Domain. The moment the Snow Mountain King unleashed his ice-sealing domain, the spacetime around Gu Chou froze bit by bit. Even though the two of them were separated from Yi Xian and the rest by countless spacetimes, Yi Xian and the rest still felt a bone-piercing chill. On the battlefield, Yi Xian and the rest looked extremely solemn. The Snow Mountain King's first move was a domain. Everyone looked at Gu Chou. Could this peerless genius from the evil ancestor stop the invincible Snow Mountain King? Under everyone's gaze, Gu Chou slowly raised his right hand and then gently lowered it. Boom! In an instant, the spacetime he was in began to boil. If the previous spacetime was a 10,000-mile snow mountain, then at this moment, the 10,000-mile snow mountain had directly become a 10,000-mile volcano. Moreover, it was a volcano that was erupting. Gradually, the Snow Mountain King's ice-sealing domain began to break. Seeing this scene, Fan Jian and the rest gradually frowned. Their life and death were actually tied to the Snow Mountain King. If the Snow Mountain King lost, Gu Chou would not hesitate to kill them. Facing this terrifying Gu Chou, even if the 10 of them joined forces, it would be meaningless. Because just Gu Chou's time domain was not something they could break. At this moment, the Snow Mountain King suddenly punched out. It was just a simple punch. Boom! And it was this punch that directly shattered the boiling spacetime. The entire spacetime instantly fell silent. Broken in one move. The invincible Snow Mountain King looked at Gu Chou, his eyes still calm, without the slightest ripple. Gu Chou still had a faint smile on his face. Obviously, both sides were not serious. Outside, beside Yi Xian, Xue Linglong suddenly said in a low voice, "Who do you think will win?" Yi Xian directly said, "I don't know." Hearing this, Xue Linglong frowned slightly. "How can you not know?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm very strong?" Xue Linglong glanced at Yi Xian and no longer spoke. In the distant spacetime, Gu Chou smiled slightly. He took a step forward, and with this step, his body became illusory. The next moment, he and the Snow Mountain King quickly shuttled through the spacetime around him. Seeing this, Fan Jian's pupils constricted. "This is a spacetime domain?" Wu Lingmu stared at the spacetime that was being traversed. He wants to use spacetime to tear the Snow Mountain King apart. In that space and time, the King of Snow Mountain's body began to tremble violently. If one looked closely, they would find that a terrifying force was madly tearing at him. Spacetime domain. At this moment, the King of Snow Mountain suddenly took a step forward. With this step, the space and time around him suddenly froze. The next moment, he suddenly punched out. Boom! Countless spacetime shuttles turned into nothingness at this moment. Break with force. The King of Snow Mountain looked at Gu Chou not far in front of him. "That's it? That's it?" His voice was calm, but it was filled with undisguised disdain. Outside, Wu Lingmu and Fan Jian looked at each other with a trace of horror in their eyes. They did not expect that the King of Snow Mountain could so easily break Gu Chou's spacetime domain. Most importantly, they could not see anything extraordinary about the King of Snow Mountain's punch. In their eyes, it was a simple punch that did not contain any power at all. But obviously, that was not the case. Opposite the King of Snow Mountain, Gu Chou was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "The true meaning of power." The King of Snow Mountain slowly walked toward Gu Chou. "Is there anything else to surprise me? If not." Saying this, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian in the distance. "Let him lend you his sword. I think it will be more interesting if you hold that sword." This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Let Yi Xian lend him his sword? Fan Jian and Wu Lingmu's brows furrowed. What were they most worried about? It was Yi Xian lending his sword to Gu Chou. If that sword was in Gu Chou's hands, then how terrifying would it be? They had not expected that the King of Snow Mountain would take the initiative to let Gu Chou borrow his sword from Yi Xian. Invincible confidence? Or perhaps, invincible arrogance? Yi Xian glanced at the King of Snow Mountain but did not speak. At this moment, Gu Chou suddenly laughed and said, "Borrow his sword? King of Snow Mountain, do you think I need it?" Huh. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the King of Snow Mountain. After that, he punched straight at the King of Snow Mountain's face. The king of Snow Mountain punched out as well. Both of their punches were very calm and simple, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of power. Bang! As everyone watched, both of them retreated explosively at the same time. As they retreated, both of them fell into a spacetime abyss. When they saw this, Fan Jian and Wu Lingmu's expressions became unsightly. The true meaning of power. Gu Chou had also comprehended the true meaning of power. In the spacetime abyss, the king of Snow Mountain took a step forward, and with this step, he actually walked out. The king of Snow Mountain looked at Gu Chou, who also walked out, and nodded slightly. Now it's getting interesting. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time, Gu Chou in the distance also disappeared. Rumble. The spacetime suddenly exploded like a big explosion. Countless spacetime boiled, and then it was annihilated bit by bit. At this moment, everyone could no longer see Gu Chou and the king of Snow Mountain. Because the two of them were simply too fast. The evil clan members stared fixedly at the fading spacetime. If Gu Chou won, then the evil race would wash away the humiliation of countless years, and they would once again ascend to the top of the universe. But if Gu Chou lost, then the evil race that was born today would forever disappear from the world. Being born meant passing away. The life and death of the evil race all depended on Gu Chou alone. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was somewhat restless. Whether it was Gu Chou or the king of Snow Mountain, they were really too strong. At this moment, Xue Linglong, who was next to Yi Xian, suddenly said, "Is your sister as strong as them?" Yi Xian looked at Xue Linglong, smiled, and said, "Miss Linglong, why do you suddenly ask?" Xue Linglong looked at the countless shattered spacetime in the distance, and said softly, "I just want to know Dao Yi, because I feel that Gu Chou and my ancestor are really too strong. I really can't imagine that there is anyone stronger than them in this world." Yi Xian was silent. Indeed, as Xue Linglong said, if he hadn't seen Qing Er, his father, and his big brother, he also wouldn't dare to believe that there was someone stronger than the king of Snow Mountain and Gu Chou in this world. At this moment, Gu Chou and the king of Snow Mountain were already at the top of the fate-knowing state. Unfortunately, Qing Er was outside of the fate-knowing state. Xue Linglong said again, "Whether it is Gu Chou or my ancestor, they are both at the fate-knowing state. I am also at the fate-knowing state." Saying this, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. "After seeing them, I realized how weak I am. People like us don't deserve to be at the fate-knowing state." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Are you depressed?" Xue Linglong looked at Yi Xian, "Don't you have any thoughts?" Yi Xian was confused, "What thoughts?" Xue Linglong said angrily, "Seeing how strong they are, don't you feel a little ashamed or inferior?" Yi Xian was a little baffled. "That's their business. Why should I feel inferior and ashamed of my inferiority? Are you out of your mind?" Xue Linglong's expression froze. Yi Xian was speechless again. "This chapter is not finished, please continue." He said, "Don't compare yourself with others, because comparison will only make you angry." Xue Linglong said calmly, "Don't you have any goals?" Yi Xian was speechless. "What do you want me to pursue? Invincible? I want to be invincible too. But my strength doesn't allow me to." Xue Linglong, Yi Xian looked at the space in the distance, which was still being destroyed. "I won't feel ashamed or inferior when I see them, because I think I'm pretty awesome, too." Xue Linglong glanced at Yi Xian, "How are you strong? Are you shameless?" Yi Xian laughed, "Miss Linglong, how long have you lived?" Xue Linglong pointed at the space, "I know what you want to say. You want to say that you are young, but isn't Gu Chou young? He seems to be the same as you. Plus, you are a proper second generation, but you don't seem to be as strong as others. Of course, I know you will say that Gu Chou got all the resources of the evil race and the nurturing of their ancestors. But you are also a second generation. We're both second generations, why are you so weak? Yi Xian spread his hands, I can't help it. My dad let me grow. If he brought me along and nurtured me, I think I would be able to act cool with my strength. Instead of being showy and flashy every day. If I have strength, who would be willing to be showy every day? Do you think I don't want to be like my big brother, who says, kneel and beg for death, or like Qing, who says, where is your home? Point me in the right direction. Let your whole family be buried together. Saying this, he shook his head and sighed, my strength doesn't allow me to. Shui Linglong, Yi Xian sighed, just like ordinary people, if a man has no power, no wealth, and you are thin-skinned, which woman will like you? All single men are either poor or thin-skinned. Shui Linglong looked at Yi Xian, speechless. Yi Xian continued, you all say I am shameless, that I rely on my father and sister. Miss Linglong, let me ask you, if you weren't the descendant of King Xueshan, with your own strength and without the resources of Great Snow Mountain, would you be able to reach this level? Could you? Shui Linglong was silent. Without the resources of Great Snow Mountain, she would never be able to reach this level. Yi Xian spread his hands, look, actually, you are also a second generation. Shui Linglong said coldly, I relied on the resources of Great Snow Mountain, but I didn't ask my ancestor to help me kill the enemy. But you, that Mumo, Yi Xian interrupted Shui Linglong, did I ask Qing, to kill him? I don't think I've taken the initiative to contact Qing, right? Plus, he went to find my Qing, himself, didn't he? I even reminded him not to look for her, but did he listen to me? He said innocently, those who were killed by Qing, basically went to find her themselves. Some of them, I couldn't even stop them. Like that Mumo. If you stopped him, he would think you were looking down on him. What could I do? Let me tell you, the enemies now are still better. The enemies in the past were not targeting me, but my father and Qing, I actually quite miss this kind of enemies. I especially like enemies who not only want to kill me, but also want to exterminate my entire family. Exciting, exciting. Really, as long as I hear that someone wants to exterminate my entire family, I feel refreshed and full of energy. Shui Linglong stared at Yi Xian, have you ever thought, if one day someone stronger than your father is your enemy, what would you do? Yi Xian frowned, isn't that something my father should worry about? What does it have to do with me? Green-robed man. P.S. Yesterday when I was in a taxi, the driver was looking at me. Do you know what I talked to him about? He didn't know that I was the author. I talked to him, and he said that the author on Green Phoenix Peak was the most shameless author he had ever seen. Is this the image of me in the readers' hearts? End of this chapter. Chapter 1958. Shui Linglong had a complete mental breakdown when she heard Yi Xian. This fellow is really a filial son. Suddenly, the space here started trembling. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. Has the battle between Gu Chou and King Xueshan affected the space here? Suddenly, the space here was like a piece of paper that was being burned, and it was gradually being reduced to ashes. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. If Gu Chou and King Xueshan were here, then their battle would definitely be able to destroy the entire burial zone. Because the strength of these two people was too terrifying. The burial zone couldn't endure their strength at all. Meanwhile, Fan Jian suddenly said, protect this expanse of space. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm and countless rays of light shot out from her palm. The rays of light entered the surrounding space and strengthened it. Wu Lingmu and the others immediately acted and strengthened the space here as well. Obviously, they didn't want the burial zone to be destroyed just like that. With the help of Fan Jian and the others, the space here started to return to normal. But it didn't take long for the space here to tremble and crack apart once more. Fan Jian frowned, and she seemed to have thought of something. She gazed at Yi Xian who stood nearby. If the space here shatters, then with their strength, they'll definitely be able to leak their strength here. We'll definitely be fine, but you might not be able to. Yi Xian was speechless. Fan Jian continued, the destruction of the burial zone won't harm you, right? Yi Xian spoke solemnly, Miss Fan Jian, I'm only at the life physique realm. Fan Jian and the others were speechless. How would you know that you're at the life physique realm now? Fan Jian spoke solemnly, your sword. The green profound sword. Yi Xian glanced at the azure sword in his hand. He didn't think too much about it before he opened his palm, and the azure sword flew into the sky. In the next moment, the surrounding space started to tremble violently, and under the gazes of everyone, the cracked space in the surroundings actually recovered bit by bit. A trace of shock flashed through the eyes of Wu Lingmu and the others when they witnessed this scene. Fan Jian suddenly said, Can I have a look at it? Yi Xian gazed at Fan Jian, and she replied, Just a look. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As he spoke, he willed the green profound sword to fly in front of Fan Jian. Fan Jian stretched out her hand and held onto the green profound sword. She looked at the green profound sword in her hand and after a long while, she looked at Yi Xian. Aren't you afraid that I won't return it after borrowing it? Yi Xian laughed. Miss Fan Jian, you won't. Fan Jian smiled and asked, Why? Yi Xian looked at Fan Jian. Because you are a swordsman. We swordsmen have the pride of a swordsman. This kind of filthy behavior, even if you die, you will not do it. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian continued, Miss Fan Jian, may I ask you 2 questions? After a moment of silence, Fan Jian opened his palm and the green profound sword flew back to Yi Xian. Ask. Yi Xian kept the green profound sword and asked, Are there any realms in swordsmanship? Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian and asked, Don't you know? Yi Xian shook his head. Fan Jian pointed at the green profound sword and said, This sword is full of mysteries. The person who created this sword has a higher attainment in swordsmanship than me. Why don't you ask her? Yi Xian smiled and said, I just want to ask you. He also wanted to ask Qing, but he was afraid of being shocked. If Qing said that she did not want to discuss such a low-level question, then he would be in trouble. Fan Jian fell silent for a moment and said, Actually, there is no such thing as realms. The path of swordsmanship is ever-changing, and every swordsman's swordsmanship is different. If there is a realm, then it is the same as restricting a swordsman. In my opinion, a swordsman without realms is a true swordsman. This is because he does not walk the path of others. He is not restricted by others. His heart of swordsmanship is free, not bound. Do you understand? Yi Xian fell silent and he was shocked. A swordsman without realms is a true swordsman. Realms? He had heard Qing say that realms are actually a kind of restriction that others impose on others. Why should one walk the path of others? Of course, this was the way of the world. It would be easier to walk the path of others because there would be fewer detours. However, there are some people who do not walk the path of others. They explore and walk their own path. At this time, Fan Jian continued, there is actually no problem with your swordsmanship. At your age, it is already very rare. However, because you are facing us now, you feel that you are very weak. But you have never thought that we have lived for millions of years. What about you? You have only lived for 100 years. Why do you want to compare yourself to us? You have to be clear about this. Otherwise, your life will be very tiring. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian nodded his head. Thank you. Actually, he realized that he was a little obsessed. Previously, he told Xue Linglong not to compare herself to others. However, he still failed to do what he said. He wanted to become stronger. Just like this moment, when facing Fan Jian and the others, Yi Xian felt that he was very weak. He did not like this feeling. However, as Fan Jian said, what right did he have to compare himself to them? He had only cultivated for 100 years, while they had cultivated for millions of years. What right did he have to compare himself to them? One must know one's own limits. Thinking about this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He felt very refreshed now that the knot in his heart had been removed. At this time, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly trembled. At the same time, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Yi Xian was stunned. Am I going to have a breakthrough? The crowd was also stunned. Is this guy going to have a breakthrough? In the sky, Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. He was actually a little shocked. Although this guy looked flashy, he was actually very perceptive. Most importantly, Yi Xian would not be stubborn. That was the most terrifying thing about him. It was okay for a person to make a mistake. However, if he refused to admit his mistake and stubbornly refused to be stubborn, then he was either a peerless genius or a peerless idiot. Under everyone's gaze, the sword aura in Yi Xian's body became stronger and stronger. Not only was his aura becoming stronger, but the green profound sword's aura was also becoming stronger. Fan Jian and the others suddenly looked at the green profound sword. Looking at the green profound sword, Wu Lingmu frowned. What does this guy's sword cultivation have to do with this sword? Why is it also improving? After a moment of silence, Fan Jian said, this sword isn't improving, it's unsealing. When Yi Xian improves, it will be unsealed. After a while, this sword will reach another level. As she said this, her expression became extremely solemn. The sword that we see is not the final form of this sword. She is more terrifying than we thought. Wu Lingmu said in a deep voice, Zhao, how strong is the person who created this sword? Fan Jian raised his head and looked at the horizon. His eyes were filled with confusion. Below, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. As he stood up, the powerful sword aura in the surroundings all rushed back into his body. Yi Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the green profound sword. Boom! The sound of the sword soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and shaking the sky. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that his sword cultivation had undergone an earth-shattering change. However, he didn't know what realm he had reached. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at Xue Linglong. He felt that he could kill Xue Linglong with one move and he didn't even need to use the mysterious spacetime. Confidence. At this moment, Fan Jian suddenly said, Congratulations. Yi Xian looked at Fan Jian and asked, What level have I reached? Fan Jian smiled and said, There are two kinds of enemies that you can't defeat now. The first is people like Gu Chou and King Xueshan. The second type are those like me and Wu Lingmu. Yi Xian looked at the few saints behind Fan Jian and asked, What about them? Fan Jian said, You can fight with them, but you might not win. Of course, if you use the sword in your hand, you should be able to win against them. You have 40%. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, How have I improved? Fan Jian said, Sword Dao. The knot in your heart has been untied and your sword Dao has improved. This means that your sword has been freed from a shackle. Do you understand? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, in other words, my sword is still bound by a shackle? Fan Jian smiled and said, Of course. It's not just you, it's the same for me. Every time a shackle is removed, our sword Dao will take a step forward. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Thank you for your guidance. Fan Jian glanced at Yi Xian and did not speak. At this time, everyone suddenly turned to look. Not far away, the spacetime suddenly burned. At the same time, Guqiu and King Xiaofan appeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Guqiu was still dressed in snow white, untainted by even a speck of dust. There was a faint smile on his face, and of course, there was a trace of undisguised excitement and fighting spirit. Opposite Guqiu was King Xiaofan. He stood there quietly, without a trace of emotion on his face. Indifference. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. At this time, Guqiu suddenly laughed and said, "Pain. Fighting to my heart's content. King Xiaofan, what about you?" Everyone looked at King Xiaofan. King Xiaofan slowly walked towards Guqiu. "I have to say, you're not bad. Even your evil tribe's ancestor cannot compare to you." Guqiu laughed heartily. "King Xiaofan, I don't think it's interesting to continue fighting like this. Why don't we do something serious?" King Xiaofan nodded slightly, "Sure." Guqiu spread out her right hand and smiled, "Please enlighten me." King Xiaofan suddenly stopped. "As you wish." As the sound of his voice faded, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body. The moment this aura appeared, a formless pressure enveloped Fan Jian and the others who were standing outside. Being enveloped by this aura, everyone felt as if their souls were shackled. Despair. Everyone's minds were filled with despair. Including Fan Jian, Wu Lingmu, and the others. Fan Jian wanted to release her sword intent, but she found that she could not do so. Under this pressure, she, a divine awareness expert, could not resist at all. As if thinking of something, Fan Jian's pupils shrank, and he said with a trembling voice, "Above divine awareness, he opened up a whole new realm, above divine awareness." Everyone present was petrified. Chapter 1959. Above Destiny Knowledge. No one had expected that the King of Snow Mountain had already researched and created a whole new realm. Seeing this scene, the faces of the evil tribe members instantly turned pale. A whole new realm. Except for the King of Snow Mountain, no one knew what this new realm was like. But at this moment, this pressure made them feel like their souls were imprisoned, unable to move at all. It was just a pressure. What realm was this? The one who was the most relaxed was actually Yi Xian, because he was not affected in the slightest. At first, he was also a little confused. Why was he not affected? Later, he discovered that it was because of the Qingxian sword. The Qingxian sword protected his soul. In the distant spacetime, the King of Snow Mountain slowly walked toward Guqiu. With every step he took, the pressure increased. Outside in the spacetime, countless people's bodies slowly bent down. The King of Snow Mountain did not target them, but even so, they could not bear the pressure that leaked out from the King of Snow Mountain's momentum. At this moment, Guqiu suddenly smiled. "I guessed right, you really broke through." As he spoke, he took a step forward. As soon as his foot descended, it was like a pebble had fallen into a calm lake, causing a wave of ripples to suddenly arise in this expanse of space. Gradually, that expanse of space started to ripple. Compared to the King of Snow Mountain, Guqiu's power seemed very calm. Moreover, no one felt any power pressure. However, when the King of Snow Mountain's power came in front of Guqiu, it disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Fan Jian and the others' pupils suddenly shrank. As if thinking of something, Fan Jian suddenly said with a trembling voice, He is also above destiny knowledge. Above destiny knowledge." As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the field was petrified again. At this moment, the King of Snow Mountain stopped. He looked at Guqiu and chuckled. "Interesting." As he said this, he took a step forward and punched out. This punch was thrown out, and on top of his fist, a soul suddenly flew out. His own soul. In the distance, Guqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. His right hand gently pressed down, and the spacetime in front of him directly rippled. Waves of spacetime rippled out like water. At this time, the King of Snow Mountain's soul arrived. Boom! The spacetime in front of Gucho directly turned into a huge vortex, and this vortex unexpectedly blocked the terrifying blow of the King of Snow Mountain. Outside, the evil clan and the other powerhouses relaxed. However, at this time, the vortex began to dissipate bit by bit. Seeing this, the faces of the evil tribe and the others turned solemn again. Can't block it? At this time, Gucho suddenly opened her left hand. Come! As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding spacetime suddenly rippled. Did he really run away? Obviously, it wasn't possible. Suddenly, Fan Jian's pupils constricted, and her body actually started trembling. All of them looked at Fan Jian. What did he see? He was actually speaking incoherently. Meanwhile, Fan Jian muttered as if he'd lost his soul. He is everywhere, everywhere. All of them were stunned. At this moment, the surrounding spacetime suddenly trembled, and the spacetime around Gucho actually trembled at this moment. Not only that, but the spacetime vortex also erupted with a terrifying spacetime power that crushed towards him. What's going on? All of them were stunned. Bang! The spacetime where Gucho was suddenly exploded, and the powerful force blasted him thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, the spacetime he was in started burning, and then it formed a flaming cage that imprisoned him within it. The expressions of the evil race members changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. They wanted to save Gucho, but they didn't know which space she was in right now. Was she defeated? Yi Xian looked at the imprisoned Gucho in silence. At this time, the Snow Mountain King suddenly appeared not far from Gucho. Gucho chuckled and said, "Transcend spacetime. Transcend spacetime." Hearing Gucho's words, everyone was shocked. This Snow Mountain King had already transcended spacetime? Yi Xian also frowned. This Snow Mountain King had already transcended the boundaries of spacetime? The Snow Mountain King looked at Gucho. You've played with the Tao of spacetime to the extreme. Within the Tao of spacetime, it's true that I can never kill you, because I can't destroy everything. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Endless spacetime. However, I have already transcended spacetime, and I have reached another circle. Another circle. The entire place was silent. The Snow Mountain King had not only reached fate awareness, but also transcended spacetime. It seemed like he was only one step ahead of Gucho, but this one step was a huge gap. Gucho nodded slightly. I understand. The Snow Mountain King suddenly walked upwards. Gucho chuckled. You're not going to kill me? The Snow Mountain King did not turn his head. If I kill you, there will be no one to carry the banner of this universe for millions of years to come. Gucho frowned. What do you mean? The Snow Mountain King did not speak. He continued to walk upwards. Everyone looked at the Snow Mountain King. What was he going to do? At this moment, below, the profound azure sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled. Yi Xian frowned. Little soul, what's wrong? Little soul said in a low voice, Young master, there's danger. Danger? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn, this Snow Mountain King wouldn't want to mess with him, right? At this moment, the Snow Mountain King suddenly stopped in the distant horizon. He looked up, and after a long time, he chuckled. Only after cultivating for thousands of years can one know one's destiny. How laughable, there's already someone who knows. As his voice fell, he slowly raised his right hand. Under everyone's gaze, he gently waved his right hand. In an instant, the endless spacetime in front of him was like a piece of paper that had been cut from the middle by a knife. What was he going to do? Everyone's face was full of doubt. At this time, under everyone's gaze, at the end of the split spacetime, a stone door appeared. A stone door. Seeing this, Wuxia frowned. The Snow Mountain King walked towards the stone door. At this time, in front of the stone door, an old man suddenly appeared. The old man looked down at the Snow Mountain King and said softly, "In 126 million years, you are the second person to discover us." Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. 126 million years. Yi Xian stared at the old man, his heart filled with shock. Damn, what kind of terrifying force is behind this stone door? Damn! I haven't even matured yet. This kind of terrifying force, can't they come out a little slower? Inside the spacetime channel, the Snow Mountain King chuckled. I'm curious. The old man looked down at the Snow Mountain King. Sorry, we don't welcome you. The Snow Mountain King laughed. I don't need your welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch at the old man through the air. Boom! A fist suddenly appeared in front of the old man, but the old man didn't even move. The fist disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Including Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Damn, what kind of god is this? The old man looked down at the Snow Mountain King. If you force your way in, then die. The Snow Mountain King smiled. Why? The old man glanced at Wuxia and then said, resources. We don't want anyone to share some of the resources we control, just like you control all the resources in the universe below, understand? In the past, the Snow Mountain King and the others seized almost all the resources in the universe for their own cultivation. Now, it was still the same, but they were the ones who were deprived. Tendo has reincarnation, when has it ever spared anyone? P.S. Recently, many readers have been discussing which of the three swords is the strongest. Who do you think is the strongest? Why is it the strongest? End of this chapter. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.